What's happening, G's? Welcome back to episode number 92.
What's happening, G's? Welcome back.
Hope you're all doing well. Let's close the week strong. Last session of the week. Gold has been selling off right now. What a mess. We took the highs yesterday. Look at that. Oh my God. It was a nice high. Price broke down. We took a long after that. Success. Another long. No success. Now we're back at the lows again. So we're going to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to go deeper with you guys here in today's session. We have a major zone to break right now. If you do break that, it is bye-bye. Bye-bye for Goldie. Yeah, looking forward to talk about this, my friends. How are you guys doing today? Let's see who's in the chat. There we go. Wow, busy today. Dominic, my friend, how are you? Good to see you. Isabel, thank you. As always, Dominic. Kaya, how are you? Das Cypher, good to see you. Mohammed, Crystal, Japan, Derek, yes, Georgelina, Nick, G. Almond, Tina, how are you doing? Phil, good to see you. Roblox, Trader, Win, good to see you, my friend. Snowfall, how are you, man? That's been a while. All right. Wow, it's busy. It's busy today. Very busy. I know where you guys are coming from, or where you guys are coming for. You guys are coming for the music. I completely get that. Okay. So let's set up the music first. Let's get a good vibe, a good flow. I need to get into the flow state too. It's the last day of the week. You know, you never want to mess it up on the last day of the week. So you know what I mean? We have to be sharp. We have to be ready. Yes.
It's no secret.
Okay. Welcome back, my friends. Good to see you. Is gold going to sell off today even more? That's the big question. Or are we going to see crazy bounce? What do you guys think? All right, my friends, welcome back to another beautiful Friday, last day of the week. Yeah. Yesterday was Trap City, remember? The fake out for the people that bought at the top. Be careful. We already said that beforehand. Now the question is, should you buy here, or is the market actually trying to roll over? And is this just gonna be a bearish continuation for today, or is this the absolute other side of the market where we are now trapping all the sellers again? This is something that we're trying to figure out in today's session. Okay, but overall, I have to admit, the market had a lot of opportunities to go long. Okay, to go long earlier, right? And to potentially give us the bounce we already needed. So right now, at the moment, you can see the momentum is fading, okay? The momentum is fading here. Did we catch those sells? We did not catch the sells, but we catch the buys. I catch the buys right there. The pullback was actually a really good trade. And then another one right here, I tried and I failed because price just continued to drop. We'll go over it in a second. But yeah, we still were managing to catch some of those wins yesterday eventually. So that's all good. For now, let's talk about the current area where we hit, because this actually is super important level, okay? That we have to talk about, and that is the following, okay? We are now clearly back in that initial range that we talked about right there. We're also still operating in some sort of demand, but here comes the climax, okay? Every time when we tapped into it, we didn't got any response. Zero buyers stepped in, nothing. New supply is getting created right now, right? If you guys here look on the 4-hour time frame, you see that drop here. Okay, new supply is getting created, and you can see that more and more resistance is actually getting met right now. You can see it right there, you can see it right there. So at this current moment in time, you guys can see clearly that we are just definitely facing, okay? What's happening with the audio? For me, everything is working fine. So let's see if there are any other issues. Type in a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. Okay, just want to make sure. Type in a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. No idea why this happens. No idea why this happens for some people. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I guess we're working. I guess we're live. Okay. All right. Okay, number one. So to take that in consideration, right, we're creating more and more supply zones. After the fake out yesterday, that was an absolute mess. That fake out right there, right? What a fake move. Remember, guys? That was actually something that we guys warned you for. The reason why we said be careful of buying at the top is because the fact that we were operating inside of daily supply. Number one, look at that. We were in daily supply right here. We were in that typical higher time frame resistance, right? We just didn't have the confirmation yet to look for those sells because price was still holding up really well, really strong. Until yesterday. Yesterday we saw indeed that price was stepping into or breaking out, pushing a lot of buyers into buying at the top. You can see this right here in the order flow, actually right there in that candle. A lot of buyers stepped in, like a crazy amount of buyers stepped in at the top. And then the candle filled and we broke below the VWAP and then we started to sell off right there. So we kind of warned you guys that sells were much more reliable yesterday during the Asia session than buys. And I'm happy if you either did that or at least avoided taking buys, even though they looked very tempting at the beginning of the session. So I hope I was able to help you with that a little bit here. But what's next? That is the question, okay? What is next? Are we right now looking for a bounce? Or is it just going to lead us back down further, all the way to that next big range sitting at 4,250 or 40, okay? Oh, that makes sense. So right now, if you go to the 15-minute time frame, then you can actually see right here at this current moment. Now let's go to the 4-hour first, by the way. Sorry, forgot that. We had that initial break, okay? We did close the candle bearish. We had a new supply here, and then again, we broke below. We tapped into that demand right there. This was actually that support that we held into for a long time. But every time we tapped into it, like the second time that I tried, I couldn't see any buyers stepping in anymore, and price was just failing and continuing to go lower. So right now in the 15 minute, you can actually see that we're breaking also that initial range that we talked about. Okay, this is that range that we talked about right here, because that was the last balanced zone that we created, okay, before tapping into that supply zone right there, right? This was that balanced area, and we're trying to break the fair value of that balanced area right now at the moment there. You can already see, and I think that's kind of important, guys, that right now at this current moment, that we are already trying to break, or already broken actually, the point of control of that level right there, okay? This is a major level, and that is the 4346, and we actually broke below that, okay? And then the moment we broke below that, we actually just got rejected at it, and now we're trying to hold on at the value area low of that range. So we're gonna mark out the whole area right there, and we're gonna call it the fixed, okay? And we're gonna wait for price to potentially see if it will break below that level. And if it will break this level and it loses this level too, yeah, then I don't see a reason that we cannot take out this low right here at the bottom, okay, which is then of course the 4313. So that is already gonna be a move back down. And then the question is, are we then all the way gonna come back down towards this next area, this next range sitting right there, okay? Overall, it doesn't look good. And every time buyers are trying to step in, there is no momentum. Like buyers right now are failing to control price. I got invalidated yesterday right here, okay, after taking a very good trade right there. And now the question is, I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch the ASIN session, I'm gonna watch the open, and if price is able to give us a nice squeeze back up again with some volume, with some power, then I'm willing to look for the pullback longs to get back to the range again. But we didn't see any of that, right? We didn't see any impulse that we like. It's just a slow bleeder. Every time we come back up, we're just selling off, and you can see that the sellers are much more aggressive every time than the buyers are right now. Every time buyers step in, it's just this little slow pullback. But when the sellers come into play right now, you can see that sellers are just in control of price at this current moment right now, right? In alignment with the higher time frame. So daily demand or 4-hour demand that we have here is just not doing anything anymore, okay? And in that time span, we are just creating new resistance at this current moment right here, okay? So I think it's something to be aware of, the fact that we have a lot of resistance right here today, okay? You can see the drop, the base, the drop. We find new resistance of the 8-hour too. I think that we have to deal with a lot of resistance right now, guys. And I think that buying here at this moment in time since yesterday, there was an opportunity yesterday, but that opportunity caused us to not follow through and sell off again, okay? And that is usually not a good sign, okay? So right now, I do believe that if we are simply just continuing here to break, yeah, that price will probably try to revisit the next range, and that is going to be the range inside of this area right there, which is probably going to be the 4270. It's going to be pretty low. It's a pretty big push down again, because there's not much happening in between that, okay? So yeah, do take that in consideration. 4270, something like that, if we lose this level right now, right here, as of where we are, okay? The bottom is 4393, so 29, sorry, so 4330. If you lose that level, the next one is the range below, and it's a pretty big squeeze again to the downside, okay? You can just see how price is losing its momentum. Came up, formulated a range, came up, manipulation, right? We broke down, we structured, and now we're kind of selling off here. So if you lose this momentum right there, we're just gonna try to probably get back down towards this range again, okay? Because we have to accept if we are in an area of demand and there is no reaction happening and we don't see the squeeze and follow through and new supply gets created, the chances of continuation is just gonna be bigger. And sometimes it takes one invalidation to understand that price is just not there yet, okay? So I'm gonna be very careful with longing, all right? I hope that makes sense to you guys. Let me know if this makes sense for you guys here. Or let me know what you guys think in the chat. I'm gonna read the chat real quick here. And yeah, we go from there. So from my perspective, I prefer to wait to see if a continuation confirmation can come into play here, and if the sells are gonna continue, especially if we lose the 4330 level, and just yeah, continue to develop further, I would say. Okay, at this current moment in time, we'll figure that out in a second here. Okay, in terms of the dollar, by the way, looking at the dollar is pretty much, I need to look at the dollar now. The dollar is kind of selling off. But what I did not like, and this is also another thing that you have to think about right now. Why is the dollar, okay, it's selling off right now, right? But if you look here, dollar was dropping, gold was dropping. The dollar just has to find a little bit of support, and gold reacts to the downside, okay? So when the dollar is dropping, gold ranges. But when the dollar comes up, or it bounces a little bit, or finds support, gold drops. Yeah, I hope that makes sense right there. So, okay, Muhammad Ali says, yesterday 30-year bonds were sold at the highest yield in 10 years or so. I think that's why gold is selling off. Well, actually, if that would be the case, also the 10-year or the 30-year, you would expect gold to just react better, okay? But we did not do that. We actually just didn't even flinch, okay? And this is why it makes it so tricky for gold right now at the moment, okay? It makes it so tricky, the fact that gold does not react to dollar weakness at the moment, okay? Yield weakness, it doesn't react, it doesn't care. It just sells off with that, okay? Yeah. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to evolve and see what happens around, number one, the point of control of the previous range right now at the moment here, okay? I gave up on this demand that we had around here. When there is no demand, when there is no follow through, and new supply gets created, it is not a good look. It's not a good look for gold. So yeah, not a good look, my friends. At the same time, we are at the opening price of the week. Okay, so if you look here at this line, I'm not sure if you guys can see this actually. I'll actually make it a bit more clear for you right now. But we are back at the Sunday open. Look at that. We are back at the opening price of the week on a Friday. What a waste. What a waste, right? Monday, bullish. Tuesday, relatively neutral. Wednesday, bullish. Thursday, bearish. Friday, back at the opening of the week right now. Okay, same level. 4,340. We're pretty much back there at this current moment. So that means that the weekly candle is almost flipping what? Bearish. Interesting to watch. That's for sure. Okay. So yeah, let's see if we can make some pullback right now. I'm going to also do something else here on the 5-minute time frame. Let me show you what I'm going to do. We have the current daily profile. So we have the volume profile right now, the fixed range volume profile right there. Okay. I'm going to mark out the start of the day until now. And I'm going to wait to see what happens inside of the fair value. Okay. The value area of that range. And I'm going to observe gold. Okay. I'm going to observe gold here. What was actually a very good long yesterday, regardless of the sell-off, it was right there. That was actually a very good level. The moment we tapped into that level here, we tapped into multiple different levels. The month aligned, everything aligned. We were undervalued. It was actually a very good long setup. I tried to get into it again later in New York. We had a huge seller. I remember seeing it, 500 or something. It was like a crazy number. Look at that, 564. Like bingo, but we just continue to sell off. A lot of seller absorption, but now we're trading below that. So that is not a good, look, once again, for gold. Can you remind me, how did you put the separations for each day? You can do it this way. You can go to the settings, okay? You can go to events and you click on session breaks right there. And you click on that, okay? And then you can turn it into something like this, and you have the exact same thing as what I have at 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. automatically. Okay, so you know it's also the good time because it's already incorporated in TradingView as well here. The session breaks are sitting right there. So you can go to settings, events, session breaks. You turn it on. And now you have each trading there right there, okay? Which is very helpful if you use the volume profile. Very, very helpful if you know how to utilize the volume profile correctly, okay? Oh man, gold is struggling. Absolutely struggling. Yeah, if we are going to see a little bit of a pullback, great. I do want to see this right now at the moment still. I do want to see some potential buyers stepping, or at least trying to step in here. But yeah, gold is already struggling, okay? You see a bit of an absorption, but there is just no power. Where is the power? Where is that power that we've seen before, right? Where is it after this sweep? This was the last chance in my opinion, where we could have made the difference. We could have set the bottom here. We could have maybe take out the lows and reverse up. And the moment we lost this level right there yesterday, okay, right there when you had that huge wick, the moment we lost that level, I became more bearish. I became bearish. And now I'm looking for shorts only because there is not what I'm looking for, and that is any strong buying, anything that really gives us an indication of momentum to the upside anymore. All right, Chris, man, have a good one. See you. Lorenzo, yesterday I asked you about the valuation index. How can I add this to my TradingView chart? Couldn't find it in the indicators. I'm going to give away access to this indicator again today. Because it's the weekly closure, so let's make that happen. Okay, it's a private indicator, so you cannot find this on. You cannot find this. Oh, we're already selling. Wow. Already. Okay. Well, most important level to break is still going to be the 30. You can see that we're holding that as support. It's the value area low after previous range. But yeah, like I said before, this is what we're going to do. We're going to utilize the value area low of this level, of this range. And that will pretty much mean that the next target could be somewhere around there. Okay, if price loses this level right now, we break below this. I don't see any clear zone until we are reaching this next area, okay? And this is that previous range. So we had this large expansion, we had a range, okay? A balanced area, large expansion, balanced area. We bounced from it, now we're losing it. So the next logical step is to trade towards that zone, okay? That's pretty much it right there. It's trying to see if you could pull back towards this area and then to see if gold is willing to bounce back, or if this is just the last cause, and if gold is just going to try to pull back bigger all the way to the large expansion and make that retest of that large breakout that we've seen. So yeah, there is definitely a lot of room still, okay? If you lose this level, especially if you lose this level right there, it's still quite a big move. Yeah, we're holding it now. Still, we're holding at 30 level at the moment, but we are struggling. At the moment, I would say, okay, the point of control is a major level. If we could go back there, I would definitely look to enter short aggressively. Well, we already lost it. Wow, what a break. Look at that. All right, we're officially below the very low on the 5 minute. Okay, the 15 minute still has to close. Yeah, 8 hour supply created here is not taking out demand. No follow through in the month anymore. So we gave up on the demand right now at the moment. There is just no impulse, no reaction, no strength. So either price tries to come back and we sell off, or we close below the 30. We're looking to sell off again. Let's look at the order flow real quick here. 15 minute. VWAP is reacting. Yeah, let's take the VWAP very serious today. Okay, what is this called? This is called the Xau charts. Yes. Especially useful in these situations. Especially useful when you are seeing the price is not is in that reversal state. We're clearly in that reversal state right now, right? So this is like a huge moment to see if this is gonna be the flush back towards the previous range. All right. How's the dollar price packing this move? The dollar is doing what the dollar does best. If gold is the dollar is pushing up, gold's dropping. If the dollar is pushing down, gold's ranging. Okay. So that pretty much shows that there is no ammunition. Okay, there is no ammunition right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to set the limit order today at the point of control, at least. If we make a pullback, I think that aligns with the VWAP. I think we have a lot of resistance there around this area. I think it's really struggling at that level here. If we manage to close below the 30, I'll probably get into like a, yeah, what can I say? Continuation breakdown again. But we have to go all the way down. You can see how it's just selling off, right? There is no momentum. So we don't have to kind of accept that expect like a lot of manipulation today. Let's see. But I doubt it, to be honest. I doubt it. Yeah, we're already losing it, guys. We're already losing this. 4 minutes. What about silver? Okay, look at silver as well. Silver right now is... Yeah, silver is reaching that major, is reaching some support as well. We bounced for this beforehand. But also silver is creating supply. Right here. It's actually also doing the exact same thing as gold's doing. Right, so it's not looking strong, even for silver. All right. I'm gonna set the limit order at, let's see, at least right now. Let's see if we can get back there inside of that zone. I try to. That is gonna be the 4339.3. Yes, let me see. Let me confirm that. 4339.4. Yes. Uh, 4339.4. Let's see. Sell limits. 4339.4. Yeah. Something like that is now at least a limit. Let's already set a limit in case we do pull back to that area. It's the low of the value area pretty much. Okay. And just pretty much look at the value area low of the day. Now that we are breaking all those levels and we're breaking support and I don't see any power and we are a bit undervalued. So I do want to see some retracement and see if we could get into this zone. The Sunday open actually. Okay, the opening price of the week. The Sunday open. And yeah, look for the continuation, I guess, and just trade this, right? Yeah, so let's see if we can get filled in that. Okay. And yeah, do something like this today. Pretty much. Okay. At least to start, we can always move it down, but for now, that's the level. Okay. Value area high is sitting right there, slightly above that. I think that's fine. Not chasing price. Do want to see a little bit of a pullback, but overall, this could sell off, guys. Honestly, this could sell off until the 4278. Okay, I'm just saying this could sell off to 4278. So I'm definitely bearish. There's no need to buy here. I was asking myself the question: is there any proper reason to buy here now? And the answer is I couldn't find any proper reason. I couldn't find any. So until this mover, this is where everything changed for me. Where yesterday we saw a huge seller step in. We had this push up. I was like, okay, this could be the last manipulation for a move up. But we decided to sell off. So it took a long, and then it took another long, failed. And then we took it out, and I was like, okay. Now I'm gonna wait for Asia, and then Asia just broke down. I'm like, no, this is bearish. So yeah. Yeah. I hope we pull back into that level. Why this one? Because we used the value area low. Okay. We can actually move it already. I just see it right now. 4338.6. $4338.6. Yes. Not a big difference, but it's still difference. SCG says, man, I can't justify having such a fat stop loss. Yeah, I heard people saying this all the time. Like, bro, why can't you not accept a big stop loss? Is that just a lot size thing, like a balance thing? Or what is the reason behind that? Because I think that it's not about always the size of your stop loss in terms of pip size that matters. Because if the target allows you to get somewhere that makes sense, then that should do the job, right? I'm like, that should be more than enough. So trying to go for these like small pip stop losses all the time, I'm like, it's not really needed. Not all the time, at least. Like sometimes we have like smaller stop losses, but other times, you know, you kind of need to wait for like the retracement, or you need to give it some room, you know? Why is my face on the right? What the fuck? What is going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Yeah. What's the target? Yeah, target is 4278. Yeah, 4277 actually, but 4278 is actually the target, I would say. Because now that we've broken everything, I don't see any reason for us to like not get down there. It's gonna be potentially even a free fall. I hope we pull back. You gotta love Asia, let's be honest. New York is full of weird price action sometimes, full of manipulation sometimes. Even though like manipulation happens all the time, right? But I mean, just weird behavior, man. weird reactions, a huge impulse, and then a slow bleed, like every time. It's just, of course, yesterday we had some news, I believe, as well, of Iran. The US is sending something to Iran, whatever the carriers or whatever the case may be. Something with Lebanon as well. You know, things are happening on that side. What a breeder. We're finding a little bit of support. We have a hard time breaking. So yeah, we're finding a little bit of support there. Which makes sense, by the way. Makes sense that it's here. Why do you trade in the Asia session? I used to watch you trade New York. I mean, have you seen the price action in Asia? It has been incredible. What I also like about the Asia session is that it sets the move for the day. And besides that, to be honest, it's also like a personal reason. Because I do live here in Bali. Okay. And I've been streaming New York for 4 years. Okay. That's a long time, for 4 years. And that means that I was always streaming in the evening. Okay, and it sounds like great. You have like the whole day ahead of you and you're like, oh, wow, you can just do whatever you want throughout the day, right? And then you have to, you know, then you can only work in the evening a little bit. You stream in the evening. I'm like, yeah, sure. However, you always know that you have to stream in the evening. Now you wake up, you do the stream, and you have the whole day ahead of you, right? So it's actually very, very helpful. And I realized, wow, it's actually super chill. I forgot how it is to do that and to wake up early and to stream early and to then enjoy the rest of your day. All right, next zone. You have the low volume node sitting right there. 4337.3. Yeah, we're going to keep moving it down right now at the moment. It makes sense. We're just following with the value area of the day. So that's kind of what we're looking for right now at the moment. So 4337.4. It sounds annoying that we have to move it, but it actually makes sense. So we're just following up with the value area, the fair value of today. So it's going to keep sliding it down until we see actually some sort of pullback. 40. There we go. But there is no pullback. There is no pullback. There we go, though. 37.4. Okay. Following up with the fair value, we just mark out the volume profile. We slide it all the way to the last candle. We're going to keep moving it down. We need one retracement, one little push down, pullback, and I think that's our entry. We clearly know what the target is, though. The low risk entry should be around 43.40. I think 43.40 is a bit too. I mean, you could try that, but you have the very low already sitting at 37. Okay. So we're just gonna take the volume profile of the day, and the very low is sitting right there. What could happen is that you're gonna see some pullback. You pull into the very low, and you continue to sell off. Right, this is like the first wave. We're waiting for like a pullback scenario where we could go into like the second wave of this move. When you think there is no pullbacks anymore, that's the moment when the pullback comes. Okay, when you say, there's no more pullback coming, it's done, no more pullback today, that's when the pullback happens. That's when the pullback happens. So yeah, okay, we'll see. You can get into trades every day. There's every day at least one or two really good trades out there. So you should never really feel the need, oh, I'm missing out. Like the market has so many good opportunities lately. You'll find them. That's why I'm never stressed about it, because in the end, it's about making money. It's not about catching every move. And all right, this was a great confirmation for us, but I took a long. There, and still ended up the day in green, even though I lost one and I won one. So yes, I predicted the top, and somehow, right, I was not like really liking the structure. So I was like, okay, not a big fan of it, but I kind of saw it coming back down towards its low or taking out the CPI lows. We did that. I went into long, went into another long, and now we're here, and now we have broken all those structures here, the major range, and now I see a lot more downside. So there's always an opportunity, and every trade, every confirmation should give you also a new idea of where price might head next. So there's no reason to be stressed. Just set your limits, or if you are in an area of interest, look at the confirmation and chill. How many trades you take per week? I take at least one or two trades per day. So I would say 6 to 8 trades a week, maybe. Asian session, New York session, or London session, either one of those. So either Asia, if not Asia, then London or New York. But if I have a really good trade in Asia, I sometimes skip the rest of the day, right? That's kind of the thought process. So if I don't get anything in Asia, I will look at New York or London, preferably New York most of the time, to see, okay, is there potential? And if I already have a good trade in Asia, I'm done for the day. I'm like, okay, I made my money, I'm done. Chilling. Because the last thing that you want is you want to make money in Asia and then lose it in New York. That's a waste. Okay? That's an absolute waste. Making money, losing money. Making money, losing money. You make your money, go to the beach. So yeah, if you trade the Asia session and New York session, just think about it this way, right? If you win the trade in Asia, you're done for the day. If you don't win it and you missed out or whatever, you can always look at some confirmation in New York and try again, right? It allows you to at least trade. There's always, I mean, one good trade a session, I believe, to find. Lorenzo, is it possible to do group signals so we can take more of the trades during the day? I don't think I want to do that. Okay, I have a group right now. My group is absolutely doing really well. I'm very happy, very proud of the group. Okay. So yes, absolutely going to talk about that later on. We have also another one in our group right now, Liv. Hi, I may not talk in the group a lot, but I sure am always here. I wanted to say thank you to Lorenzo. After so many losses, so many accounts blown, in my little time with the gold hybrid trading system, I got funded, and now officially I've received my first payout. Yes, sir. FTMO payout, profit to be claimed, 1,000 USD. That's a good start. Liv from Bonaire, 18 years old. Okay, my youngest student, crushing it in her first 4 weeks of learning the gold hybrid trading system, getting to a payout. And she could be, you know, traveling the world right now, but she chose instead, after her graduation, to travel. She chose to follow this program, get funded, and get a payout. Shout out to Liv. That's an amazing story. Yes, I'm very happy. Happy to see that. Happy to see that. Especially when you're like 18 years old. I think that's an incredible... Man, I wish I was 18 when I started. You know what I mean? If you are 18 and you are already getting into this right now, then you have a bright future ahead of you. That's for sure. Yeah, overall we are close, by the way, right? But like I said before, I'm not going to bombard you. I'm not going to talk about it a lot because if we are close, we're closed. And I'm not going to open until the end of the month. So we do this every like 6 or 8 weeks. This time 8 weeks because we have the summer, right? And yeah, if I say I only accept 20 people, we actually do only accept 20 people. So some people don't believe it, but we actually do this. Very small group. And now we are officially in the trading floor I think almost every New York session we are here in the trading floor. That is also very, very nice. Finally, okay, we have our group right now filled, so we can now start getting into what we call the trading floor. This was yesterday in New York. Nice and packed. Lovely to see that. So yeah, we're building something beautiful. I'm very happy with this after... yeah, we're doing something the right way this time. I really love to see that. I love people succeeding as well. And taking it, number one, extremely serious. I think this is the most important. But if you're completely new to trading and you have no idea what I'm doing here, just really watch my videos, my free videos in Telegram, right? You can learn a lot from those videos, I believe. And they're private videos anyways, so you don't see them on my YouTube. Okay, anyways, let's mark out the volume profile. We came down a little bit further, I think. So yeah, the value area is dropping with that. You see that? Every time the candle drops lower, the value area, makes sense, right? Comes down with that as well. And this is something that I like to do for following that momentum here. If price does that and at some point you think, oh, it now has to come all the way back up, we'll watch the value area And we kind of have to slide it down with the value area at this current moment to see if it's possible for price to continue to drive lower. And yeah, the risk to reward still makes sense, but we have not seen any retracement, G's, anything. Do you see price going to 4,200? I think this is a bit far away now. We have a major zone sitting right there. So I think that 4,200 is a little bit too early to say. I think the next logical target is the 4,278 because that's the area inside of that range which we talked about right there, right? It's the previous range breakout. Okay, so you have a range right there, right? Breakout, range, breakout, range, breakout. Each momentum wave was getting lower and lower, right? So we had our big impulse, a medium impulse, smaller impulse. The moment we tapped into resistance, we manipulated, we broke down. Now we're breaking the balanced session of the final impulse that we saw, right? Which is right here. And this is where we are right now. You can see that this is now becoming the resistance. And logically speaking, if we close below that, what we're looking for now is the pullback towards the second impulse low. Okay? If that makes sense. So you have the range, impulse, range, impulse, range, impulse. We lose the range of the final impulse into daily supply. New supply here gets created. Okay? We reject. We take out demand. Now the next logical step is the next range right there. And that level is sitting at 4278 down to 4240. Okay? So we're now trying to trade back down towards the next low of the next impulse. So the next balance session right there. Okay? So that is why shorting is what we're in essence looking for. And if you see this on the lower time frame, you can say, okay, there is enough momentum, right? For a potential push into that target. And now that we actually close below the range itself here, we can actually say with a lot more confidence, okay, this will be a serious level to potentially get into right now, okay? And we're going to use the daily profile to determine where we should enter or around what level we should enter for the continuation, pretty much. And where we should be looking at the rejection here. Number one, I already can see that this is like the major resistance. And I think on the order flow chart, that is the, let me see where it is, 74 and 18. So 4374 minus 4318. $56-point difference. So we might be able to push it down to the 28. Yeah, we're already getting there now again. So we'll have to keep pushing this down. And I think it makes sense because we're now pretty much at the very low. We're inside of that area. Watching it carefully. Harry Mughal, can we enter FOMO? Hey man, You can do whatever you want, my friend. You know, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, we have to move it down. Again. To the 4333. So 4333. 4333. There we go. 4233. Bro, do you think gold has already reached its bottom? Or do you think it will rebound first, then drop again to a lower level than it is now? Maybe around 3,200, 3,500. Yeah, whenever we, you know, this is always interesting, right? Whenever we see like the reversals and stuff, people start dreaming about like the 3,500 or like the 3,200, right? Like these crazy levels right there. And I know it sounds great and it sounds amazing, right? On paper, like thinking about those huge levels and those huge, big, massive trades. But it's very, the answer is just very, very boring, but it's very hard to say, okay? Because you're gonna deal with strong support there, okay? We are gonna see a reaction here. You know, what I like to do is we have to look at it level by level, okay? Really zone by zone now, before we could give you guys like these major levels right there before. We have a huge accumulation here, a huge breakout to the upside, okay? In order to get down there, right, you need to break, you need to like show a lot more bearish confirmations for that to say, okay, we're gonna just move simply now to the 3,500, right? So it's all a little bit guesswork. I don't like to do it this personally. I like to just look at it level by level right now and mark out what we can mark out. And if we want to swing something, okay, then just trade supply and demand on the daily time frame, right? And be extremely patient and wait for the right zones and manage your trade. Ooh. Can I leave this limit order and go to sleep? If you have set a stop loss, yes. You can do whatever you want. My recommendation is always to see if you can manage the trade, right? But I mean, if you can't do that, then it's up to you. Yeah, I love to see this on a Friday, of course. You know, the Friday sells or whatever the case would be. Let's see if Fridays are the Fridays that we want to see today. If the Fridays are going to give us what we want. But in most cases, what we've noticed is that if you lose a major level like that, it is definitely a sign of weakness. There is no doubt about that here. Okay. There are a lot of weakness right there to deal with. Okay, it's also the very, very low of this level. So yeah, I hope we can get to the 4333 and sell here. Okay, give us a little bit more of an impulse. Target is the 4278. So I hope we can do that. I hope we can get there and make it work. Why are you changing your limit order every time? Because of the fact that the daily value area is changing. Okay. Because we use the volume profile of the current day from open to where we are now. And 70% of the volume is what we're looking at. So 70% of the volume is moving down because price is moving down. So we're actually trailing our limit order. If that makes sense. Can we sell from here? Can we do a buy scalp from here? Can you give us a new entry? Bro, people need to wake the fuck up. Sorry. People need to wake up. Wake up. I just woke up. Myself. Okay? Open your right eye and open your left eye and look at the chart. Okay? And tell me what you see there. All right? Tell me what you see on the chart. No, I love you guys, but come on, man. You guys need some new music. I can see it already. You guys are sleeping. You guys are sleeping. But anyways, we still have the best chat in the world. You guys are amazing. Because there are so many people here to learn and to see the analysis every day. I love it. I love it. Why do we target the value area low instead of the low volume areas? The value low right now is just in alignment with what we can see here in this range. The previous range is now becoming resistance. So we're just waiting for any pullback. We haven't seen any pullback since we started the stream. Okay. 0. And the target is still around 400 pips away. Right? 400 pips away. Yeah. So we have kind of moved it right now over to the 33. Okay. Actually, it needs to be at 33. 33. Do you think a pullback is possible? I do believe so. Yeah, I do think at some point we will see a little bit of a retracement. So it's definitely worth being patient. I think getting the best possible entries. I mean, it allows us to catch like a 500 pip move. You know, it's just a nice retracement. I think it's worth trying. We have not seen a proper retest, by the way, of the previous range here that we have just taken out. So this is also a huge, major factor that we are now seeing, right? The fact that we are, we're kind of seeing us breaking this initial structure right now is actually a sign of a lot of weakness, because this is a structure that you need to re-break. It's very tough to do. It's very, very tough. It's a lot of resistance right there. So we have that area that has been broken. This is the next target. And that's what we're trying to trade towards. And then here we can watch again what happens. Like, is price reacting strong? Are we consolidating here for a while? Is price breaking? Are we ranging? Are we pulling back? Is there a chance of a long retracement setup, right? Or are we going to see something similar? And then it's just like a slow bleeder, right? Slow bleeder. And just again, a continuation sell. But for now, that is the target I'm watching, right? The 78. And then pretty much go from there, okay? But yeah, if price just does not want to pull back, then I can't really make much out of it, because I don't want to sacrifice my risk to reward that bad right now at the moment. But you know the target, 4278. It's pretty clear. Maybe at the 4300, like that psychological level, we'll see another reaction, but we'll go from there. We'll go from there. What will be the level of futures? Good question. It will be, I can answer this for you in 1 minute. 4392. Okay. I think it's 4392. Yes. Yeah, somewhere around there. 4392. $4392. Yes, sir. Yeah. Hello, bro. Can you teach me how to invest while doing trading also, please? Yeah, so this is something. And trust me, I'm going to warn you with something right now, and you have to be very careful that you don't fall for that trap, okay? Because I have been there many times before. Because whenever I started to make some profits, I decided to invest it into the stock market, okay? And the problem that I had as a trader, especially when we're trading the way we are trading right now, right? Short term, right? Day trading, etc. You start to treat the stock market like a day trading environment, okay? You start to look at it like, oh, but here we might find support, so let me get out of it. I'm like, bro, you are literally investing in the value of a company. If you believe in a company, just hold on to that investment, okay? If there is a crash or whatever the case may be, who cares? Like, if you believe in the long term that this company is going to succeed, you can benefit from it in the long term. But somehow when you are a day trader and you try to become an investor in the stock market, you're going to have a very, very, very hard time, because you're going to look at every candle formation on the higher time frame, and you're gonna think, oh, this is gonna bounce, or this is gonna react, or this is gonna do that, or this is gonna do that. So it's extremely hard to become an investor when you are a day trader. Okay, so you need to really set your mind straight and say, okay, I'm gonna invest. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna look at the chart. Okay, I'm not gonna look at the technicals after my investment. I'm just gonna straight up get in. Don't look at it. Look at the price on my phone, but not at the chart on my phone. And that's it. Okay? That's the only way I would recommend you to invest. Invest in good companies that you believe in. You know, something that could add some value in the future. Show some potential, and don't look at it ever again. Okay? And learn to invest the right way and not the way I invested in the past, and that is trying to predict every top and bottom. That's the trap a lot of traders make. They treat investing like trading. And the same way, right? You can't treat an investment like a trade, and you can treat a trade like an investment. It's a completely different game. Yeah, we're really struggling here, right? They're really struggling here to break further to the downside. At the same time, it's still looking weak. Okay, the dollar is probably pushing up. Yeah, that's why, right? The dollar is holding that support here. So, yeah. Gold is struggling. Gold is having a hard time. Yeah, we are at support, so this should be the level where we should be bouncing from, right? This is what you want to see. Okay. What's up, brother? How are you? Yeah, you guys are together today? Okay, okay. Again, not much, yeah? It's just already... oh, you're gonna paint? Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I got some finger some finger, how do you call that? Some finger marks on the wall, you know? So like, yeah, I messed up. Dirty fingers. Sorry? No. Yeah. Work hard player, Trump tweeted expecting peace deal to happen by the end of this week. What will happen to gold? Well, let's see what he says and what actually happens, because how many times did he actually say that? Can we find that somewhere? The amount of times that there was supposedly a peace deal coming by the end of the week. I'm not sure if we should rely on that for our trading right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, you guys are right. 88 times at least. He said it many, many times over, and yeah, I do agree. Okay. All right, we're getting some bottom wicks right now. We're creating some of those bottom wicks right at that support here. So if there is a level where we need to bounce from, I really hope it's going to be this one right there. Okay. I really want to see this level now holding up, right? This is kind of that zone that we're watching. And yeah, let's see if we can actually do it this time, guys. If we can actually bounce here. But if there is a piece that won't it pump, I mean, it could be. But I don't think that that makes a lot of sense right now. Like the technicals are really showing us that we have a lot of bearish momentum. New supplies are going to get created right now. There's just a lot more resistance forming. So let's see. Let's see. Let the market prove itself worthy. Right now, we have a lot more resistance. We have a new supply zone sitting right there. This could come and end up, yeah, in worst case, pushing us out. But still, then there's so much resistance here. Then I would already look for new sells there. I mean, I'm definitely not fully convinced now with this shift that we are going to just reverse. You know what I mean? Yo, bro, your trades are solid. I do short form editing thumbnails. Can turn your best moments into clips that hit different. Let me know if you are down. I'll send samples. Send me some samples, man. Send me some samples. I need to get back on IG. I need to start going live on TikTok, I guess. I'm not sure how degenerate TikTok is, by the way. I have no idea. What do you guys think? Is it worth doing? We'll see. I mean, I'm already on TikTok, but it's not me. They're just using my face. Wow, we're just literally in that spectrum right now. Look at that. 15 minute, 5 minute. Can't even break the highs. Ooh, yes. We're still holding, my friends. We're still holding. We're not losing this level anymore. Okay, just give us that impulse so we can get in and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Okay, all the hard work. What's up, my bro? Nice fake out high of day yesterday. Yeah, that was a big one. That was a big one. I still longed yesterday, twice. Ricky says, any advice turning a prop firm around? I have maybe $50 left before I lose. It's been a rough week within that new stuff. $50 left. I mean, how big is your prop firm account? Is that like a $10,000 account or something like that? Because that means you have around 50 left. So that means you have around, what, 0.5% left. Correct? So you have one trade left. Okay. Okay. One trade, man. You know, that's it. One trade. Your best possible setup. That's it. Patience gonna pay now. Okay. Your patience is gonna pay off. That's it, right? All or nothing on your last trade. Get into your highest quality setup and see what happens. Can you explain yesterday's long trade? Yeah, this was after, of course, already. We talked about first that impulse down. We did expect after we saw the rejection price to come down lower. So we talked about this on yesterday's stream. But the moment we came back to the lows, we actually tapped into multiple different levels actually. We had on the 4-hour time frame. Let me just remove this for a second here. There we go. There we go. And then there we go. There we go. Okay, so we had this like reaction right there. We tapped into that 4-hour, the bond zone yesterday right there, okay? At some point we tapped into the zone. We saw the reaction from it on the 15-minute time frame. We kind of had that initial push down, and then we marked out the volume profile from the bottom to the top right there. We tapped into the point of control right there, okay? So that is kind of the level that we were marking out. I know it's not too clean right now at the moment. We tapped into the point of control, and when we tapped into that right there, okay, right here, we were undervalued against the dollar. And we saw a lot of sellers stepping in failing. And that was a quick long. And we tapped into the previous daily value area low right there. You see that? And that was in essence where you got into that major resistant value area of the previous day. And we actually broke below that. And that was actually already a new short entry. But then I tried to see if we could get along one more time because it was holding that support so strong. I actually failed there, and price then started to sell off. And then now we have broken major structure. And now it's pretty much only downside. Only downside to the 78 right there. Yeah, so I know the chart's not looking that clean right now at the moment. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess, but I hope you understand what I meant. Okay. Point of control, higher time frame demand zone, you name it. Sellers, undervaluation, all the targets that we use in our gold hybrid trading system got met. That's actually what we call an A+ setup. When 4 confirmations align, 4 specific confluences are aligned, okay? And these are the 4 confluences that we look at if we want to have an A+ setup. You're not always going to find them, but an undervaluation against the dollar, number 1. Supply demand zone, reaction, 4 hour or higher. The volume profile, reaction, and then an order flow confirmation. If you find those 4, you have what we call an A+ setup. And this is what I encourage all the guys in the elite to learn first in our group, to trade A+ only, okay? A+ only, and then later on move down to the other setups, okay? So first A+, and then later on they can move over, okay? Sometimes you're not gonna have 4 confirmations, you're gonna only have 3 confirmations. You're gonna have this one, you're gonna have this one, and you're gonna have this one, and you don't have a higher time frame supply or demand zone, okay? Sometimes that happens. So sometimes you have 2 confirmations, right? You only have to find both on the order flow, right? So this is how you define your risk according to the amount of confirmations and confluences you have. And this is something that we talk about all the time. So yeah. So yeah, one more time, I'm super proud of Liv actually, because she was struggling, and she was like, you know, when people are like at that like break-even phase for a long period of time, so they make money, lose money, make money, lose money, make money, and then lose money. Liv was actually one of those, I think, traders she was not a bad trader at all, right? She had the capabilities, but she was just constantly in that loop of like breaking even and then making a bit of money, and then, oh, I think I got it now, and then nope, right? Mess up again, and then just looping. Now that's the big goal here, is to get people out of that loop. Now that's also the reason why I'm trying to go live every day, because you can see the real market and the real market dynamics. And sometimes you're gonna see me taking setups, right, that make a lot of sense. You're gonna also see me taking or missing out on trades that I see, so like analysis that I like or see, but I can't find a good trade for it. You're gonna see the whole thing, okay? And we've been doing this for a while now, all right? But we started with the ASIN sessions a couple months ago, and yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying it a lot, guys. Really been enjoying it a lot. Lorenzo, I have a TikTok account of 30,000 followers. I do not use it. If you can, I give it you free of cost. No problem, man. I don't need it. I don't think it really matters how many followers you have. I think it's more about the algorithm, I guess. Right? It's more about the algorithm. If you guys are new to this channel, by the way, right? Download my book. It's a long book. Look at that. So many freaking pages. There's a lot of data in there, a lot of examples in there. But you can download this book. It's all about the volume profile. It's all about what I talk about on a daily basis right there, okay? How to mark out the volume profile, how to get into certain setups, how to understand the volume profile correctly, what it is, how it works, how to draw it, what settings you need to use, all those layers. And then I suggest you to, you know, look at my Telegram group as well here, and to go to the first 3 lessons, and then come back to the live sessions on a daily basis. And once every 2 months, I open like 20 spots for like a small group. And we're gonna go to like a whole process together. And then we trade live in the New York sessions right now as well, which is something new that we have been adding on right now. The New York sessions inside of the group, multiple days a week. Yeah. Oh, is it right now? Okay, okay, upstairs.
Here, maybe around.
Okay, yeah, perfect, perfect. Thank you, thank you. Hello, are you good? Hey, Impulse. Sorry guys that we have to wait so long today, but you guys can see it, right? We're waiting for that retracement. We have been literally in this smaller range now for the past hour. Okay, pretty much for the past hour. The stream is an hour and 30 minutes. So we did our analysis, and the moment we did our analysis, we started to flatline, pretty much. So we're waiting for that impulse right now to give us that thing that we need for a second wave. So we have our first wave. We are waiting for the second wave of the day. And the problem is, if you lose this level, yeah, we might flush down. Honestly, we could do that. We could flush down. But let's see what happens. And why the 78 and why not the highs here? Because a lot of people are asking me why not the highs. It's a good question. Well, actually, I never look at the highs and lows myself because I think they're a little bit, sometimes they are not as relevant for me personally. I look at where is the most volume traded. Okay, so where in the range is the most volume traded, and you can use the volume profile for that and see the highlighted zone right there at 78 all the way down to, in this case right there, 40. Okay, now that is the zone that I care about. I don't care about the highs or whatever. I care about the highlighted zone. That's what I care about. The value area high, the value area low. Okay, and a point of control right there in the middle. But most importantly, the value area. Okay, that is what we're watching, and that is always what we are targeting instead of the highs or the lows or whatever the case may be. Okay. Come live during the Asia opening. We are live before the Asian opening. Actually, the Asian opening is at 9. Right? We are usually live at 30 minutes before that. So we are usually live before the opening of Asia, and then Asia moves, and then it makes that impulse immediately. In this case, you could see that. Are you a grandmaster chess player? No, I'm not a grandmaster chess player. I know one. I know a grandmaster chess player, okay? And actually, my son today has a chess, is going to his first chess lesson. Yes, sir. He's going to the chess club right now. He's 5 years old. I'm gonna actually bring him there today. Believe it or not. So that's gonna be good. That's gonna be awesome. He's very athletic, by the way, but I want him to do something with his brain. And chess is the way to go, okay? Because I love chess. So he's going to the chess club today. Yes, sir. Wow, guys. Yeah, how much time should we give it? I'm gonna give it for sure at least 20 more minutes. See if you see any impulse right now at the moment. I'm sure we'll see some impulse soon. But this is horrendous. not gonna lie here. Okay, the way we have been moving here on the 1 minute, it is horrendous right now at the moment here. So if we can make any pullback, great. Is this trade your A+ setup? No, this is not an A+, because it doesn't meet all our confluences, right? This is close though. I mean, it has 3 out of 4, I think, confirmations. Okay. Three out of 4 confirmations we're looking for. Okay. So right now we are at the. We have the variation, I think, align on 5. I think it's going to be good. The volume profile is going to be fine for sure. This already was a good confirmation before as well. So I think 3 out of 4. Okay, the higher time frame analysis is aligning, but we're missing out on that supply or demand zone. We're not in supply anymore. Okay, we created supply. Supply is higher. Yeah. In this case, what we're looking for is the continuation and acceptance setup, right? This is the playbook right there. The continuation and acceptance. Price accepts through a level and continues rather than rejecting here. We're constantly looking at the continuation and acceptance of that structure. Okay, so yeah, one of our playbooks is right now, and that is actually some sort of momentum play. Why don't you trade New York session? We've been trading New York session for years. Okay. And when I say years, I say years. 500 streams. And then the whole Trump thing came along with everything around Trump, Iran, and every time when we were looking at like setups and stuff, and then we were in the middle of the war and the whole market started shaking up and nothing started to make sense for a while. And like everyone was waiting for the news and it was all about the next big news event. And yeah, it was something that I didn't really like anymore. So I decided to move to Asia, and then I made a lot of money across all my accounts. And then I was like, okay, I'm here now. Allow me in, please. And here we are. So I've been continuing trading Asia ever since. And my rules as follows. If I get a good trade in Asia, I'm done for the day. If I don't get a good trade in Asia, I watch New York to see what happens. I didn't know we had some elevator music in the playlist too. Sorry guys, we need some saxophone in my playlist too here. One of my favorite instruments is the saxophone, okay? I've been playing the saxophone for a long time myself as well. So, you know what I mean? Got my DJ set. Had my saxophone. Unfortunately, I sold my saxophone now. But, you know, we need some saxophone in the playlist as well here. If you want to add to the playlist, I'm going to update this very soon. I have a bunch of new tracks. Okay, I'm actually preparing a mix as well on my DJ mixer. So, you know, I'm uploading some new stuff soon to our playlist. So this is a bit of an old playlist you guys have right now. I'm going to update it very, very soon with some badass tracks right now. That's for sure. It's going to be awesome. So in case what you asked me what I do in my free time, I play chess, I'm DJing, okay? That's it. All right, guys, we're currently watching paint dry. Are you guys still awake? Yes. Are you guys still awake? Is it still happening? Must be tough. Must be tough. Yeah, we're gonna give it a bit more time here. See if gold can do at least something. But yeah, this is watching paint dry right now. This was a quick stop. After 9, it stopped moving. Price stopped moving. Yeah, you can see there are no buyers. That's for sure. Okay, there are. We're at support again. I know we have some support here, right? This is the main reason. You can see it already. But where are the buyers? The buyers are non-existent right now at the moment. This could easily be, unfortunately, hate to say it, but this could be a slow bleeder. Well, what I hope we're gonna see is a break out of this flag, or whatever you want to call it. A break out this flag. Okay, a big breakout and then a rollover back down. Why don't you stream at the Tokyo Open? We are trading the Tokyo Open always, right? At 9. If you love saxophone, you really need to listen to Laurie's theme from The King of Fighters 98. The saxophone is absolutely incredible. I think you love the vibe. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Math mess. Thank you, man. Let me make a picture of that. Thank you. Lorenzo, would you look at a 12-minute candle? What do you think? A 12-minute candle. In essence, I don't think that the time frame itself matters. I don't think there is like a hidden time frame or one time frame that works better than another time frame, or a candle formation that shows it better on one time frame or another time frame. I think it is much better to pay attention to how buyers and sellers are in general interacting with each other around price. Okay, so for example, I could take trades on the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute. It does not really matter to me too much, because it's not only about the candles, it is also more about what we say and talked about before, volume. Okay, and we use the volume profile for that. That could give me what I'm looking for personally. So time frame for me is secondary. Now there is a big difference between lower time frame though and higher time frame, because on the higher time frame I have a completely different approach than on the lower time frame. That's for sure. On the higher time frame, we're predominantly looking at supply and demand, and on the lower time frame, the volume profile. But hey, we're seeing an impulse. So is this gonna be what we want it to be? And that is that that fake out of that beer flag. Oh no, never mind. Oh my god. You guys saw that, right? You guys saw that. Okay, that's bad, by the way. That's bearish. What's going on here? $2.9. You guys saw that. That was funny, actually. Your book is not downloading. I tried many times, but I'm still not receiving it. Give it a bit of time. If not, then I'm gonna figure out what's going on here. Some people receive it, some people don't receive it. Okay. It's very strange what is happening there. And we're back. Okay. Wow, the amount of patience we need today. Okay, wow. Closure. All right, this should be the push or the flip at least. If we now decide to re-break those lows, yeah, then it's just gonna be extremely tough for us to say that we're gonna get towards our entry if we would re-break this level. We're probably gonna just see a continuation again. But this should then be the bounce right now, right? Usually the longer the consolidation at the bottom, the larger the breakout. So we have to acknowledge that, we have to be aware of that. But the valuation is already at the top here. We're already seeing a bit of an overvaluation sitting there right now. Okay. So you guys can already see it. It's already getting a bit exhausted, even though we're in the range. Okay, the 15-minute has a little bit more room. But yeah, let's test the value area low. Bro is definitely my liquidity. Yeah. I love that motivation. Okay. People told us the same thing. People say that every trade we take. Okay. Right? When we started our new account 2 months ago, right? 40 trades ago. People told us the same thing. Every trade, bro, is gonna be my stop loss. Bro, is gonna be my liquidity. And sometimes they're right. Sometimes they're right. Sometimes I am their liquidity. Sometimes I am. I have to admit that. It's true. Sometimes we are. Sometimes we are, guys. Yeah. Okay, but in this case, we are trying to push up. The VWAP is not that far away. So what I hope to see is that we manage to break. We're trying to push up slightly higher. I don't think that we are far away. That allows us to potentially get into that trade. The VWAP is sitting right there, nicely aligning with our actually sell limit and the value area low of that previous range that we talked about. Okay, so we have the value area low right here. Okay, we have a range, a balanced area. We operated in fair value. We broke out. We tapped into daily supply. We couldn't break it. We created a range. We broke out, retested it, came back again to test it again. Okay, then we had our fake out. Then we created a new balanced area. We broke out of that. We retraced. We sold off. You see that? So it's kind of like balanced versus unbalanced. So every time when we look for a setup, we're no longer interested in higher highs, higher lows, and things like that. Like that's what you learn at the beginning, okay, of your trading journey. You learn higher highs and higher lows and higher highs and higher lows. And then people tell you, okay, when you set in a high and you break in the low, you look for the lower high. So you can target the lower low. All right, that is kind of the start of your journey. But in reality, the market moves much more like this, right? The market creates a high. It creates a low. It takes out the low. It creates a new higher high. It creates a higher high, higher low, higher high. It creates a higher low, a lower high, a higher low, a higher high, lower low, lower high, right? So it's not always as clean as people tell you how to trade when you look at that, okay? It's not higher high, higher low, lower high. It's much more about the market being balanced, okay, versus unbalanced, all right? And then pulling back into an area of balance, or we call that fair value, okay? Now price goes there, right? And it creates a new balance, and then it manipulates and it pulls back and it retraces, and we are now unbalanced. We see we're breaking and we're creating a range. We manipulate and we break down, right? It's much more about balance versus unbalanced, right? This is what we're looking for. So if you look here now at the market and you forget about higher highs, higher lows, lower highs, and you start really thinking from a perspective of balance versus unbalanced, right? And then balanced, unbalanced, balanced versus unbalanced, right? Or balanced. And now unbalanced, right? You can use this and take these areas of balance and find the best opportunities in there. So for example, when you break below an area of balance, okay, that can turn into major resistance. And you could then target the next area of balance, which is sitting right below that in this case, right there. You see that? That's actually much easier to just look at areas of balance versus unbalance. And then you can use the volume profile to confirm your levels and find your trades exactly inside of the balance. And then look for the confirmations, etc. And if you want to take that a step further, you can use a couple more layers to this, which we use in the gold hybrid trading system. And that is supply and demand, higher time frame, right? Because we need to take the higher time frame in consideration. And the lower time frame, you can use the volume profile or even order flow if you're interested and you want to take it to like that next step. But that is the latest status. I think with just the volume profile, a good understanding of the volume profile and what we just talked about, you're going to get really far. You're going to get really far. And then you can just build the rest on top of it. Lorenzo, look at the 4382 on futures. It has zero volume from buyers on the volume profile. Yeah, there is definitely not momentum, but buyers are coming in. It's still there. It just takes time, I guess. Today is Friday, so we can allow ourselves to have a little bit of a longer stream. No problem. If you have to wait a bit, we can wait a little bit. Not too long, but we'll wait enough to see if you can get there. What do you think of gold taking the 1 hour, 4 hour support of the previous days? I mean, gold is already doing this right now. We're already at the lows of the week. Okay. So that's why I expected the pullback here. But we are now, yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting for that to happen. We're waiting for that to happen. You're doing great. Watching from Ghana. Nice to meet you, man. Shout out to you. Is it highly unlikely that price could go back to the 4,400 within a few days? Anything is possible, but right now we are dealing with, we're looking at level by level, right? So right now we're dealing with this range, and the target will be that range. So as long as we are now below the zone, we'll pay attention to the zone, and keep in mind that we also have an 8-hour supply zone now that we have to work with. And that is indeed what you're saying at the, not 4,400, but it's already at the 4,365. So daily supply zone was pretty clear. Okay, daily supply zone was there. Okay, and now we have an 8-hour supply zone as well here. Okay, so 8-hour supply zone has been created. Okay, daily supply, 8-hour supply, and this usually sets in a larger pullback to new demand, which is sitting right there. Okay, so that's why we're still bearish. We're just trying to now go to the lower time frame and get into an earlier setup. But in reality, this is now the big zone, the 8-hour supply in between the 4,360 and the 4,410. So watch that level very carefully, or that zone very carefully, mark it out, and watch what happens when you reach it if you decide to push higher. Okay, until now, we're still thinking about shorting it down to the 4278. If you don't see any strength, any pullback, or sorry, not any retracement into that supply zone that we talked about, then the 4278 is still the most realistic target. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at that. Yeah, the OGs know this song, that's for sure. You guys are correct. The OGs know this one. This is one of the old ones. Very sharp, guys. Very sharp. Keep it up. Very sharp. Let's see what the group is doing here. Yeah, they're looking for the same thing pretty much. Okay. Hey, there we go. L2B says the prices keep going up and then out of nowhere the price drops for no reason. That is a really good discovery, my friend. Exactly. I love how you explained that because it's so true. Price is creeping up and then it drops for no reason. At least that's how it feels like, right? It comes up and then it drops. It comes up and then it drops. If you are in a market that takes a lot of effort and has a lot of difficulties with pushing up, right? But at the moment it pushes up and you finally are at a certain level or target that you are content with. So it pushes up and it takes a lot of effort, but it easily drops. You don't want to go against that market. That's what I've learned or realized. Okay. In this example, it was still possible, but when you see it happening twice, it comes up and it drops and it comes up and it drops. How that moves and not really try to go against that. Right? Not really try to force it, I would say. So that's actually what you want to be and what we're trying to be in is to get into that push for that quick sell off. Phil, for no reason, it means sellers are more aggressive sometimes and sometimes buyers are more aggressive. That's the reason. Yeah, of course. But I can understand his thought process of why he believes that it feels like that it's for no reason tends to drop. But obviously everything has a reason. That's totally the case here. Yeah. So at this current moment in time, we really have to consider and to realize, okay, is this going to be worth it now? Is this retracement going to be actually worth it? Yes or no? Or is price just going to do something like this right now? Now that we have created a new range, a new area of balance, right? Is there a reason for price now to, at some point in time, just lose support? We are in that selling pressure for today, right? We're clearly bearish for now, okay? We are failing to even get close to our limit order at 33. We're trying, but we're failing. So what would happen now if we would take, let's say, the volume profile of this flat range that we're seeing here, okay? Pretty much this range that we're currently are watching, which is this fixed area right now. We'll take this and we're gonna just say, okay, if we leave this area, okay, with high conviction, we like actually just really like break out of this, okay, because we have to now narrow it down. And you leave this with volume. So now we're kind of still in a range, but if we leave this with like a lot of volume, a lot of momentum, is there a chance that now is the time for us to just say, okay, we're just going to do something like this instead, right? So we're no longer going to get back to that like 4333 level, but we're just going to release that range. We're going to just leave the range, break down, pull back, and continue the process to the downside. It's totally possible in a selling condition like we are today. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch this right now because it doesn't seem that we will be able to, yeah, you know, get anywhere from that perspective. The hourly close is gonna close soon, in around 2 minutes. We're seeing a lot of buyers stepping in here. Look at this, all green. Okay, so in this hourly candle, there are more buyers than sellers. Okay, look at that. More buyers than sellers in this hourly candle, yet price fails to even push up in any way, shape, or form. Okay? So in 2 minutes, this hourly candle will actually close. You can see it in a second. We're gonna watch this in real time. And price is simply not able, regardless of the fact that more people have executed market buy in this hourly candle than market sell. Price is not able to push price up or in any way, shape, or form, or even be bullish on the hourly or whatever. We're pretty much struggling to get anywhere right now. And that makes me more bearish at this current moment already than bullish. Even though it looks like we're finding support, you can actually see that we're not doing anything. We're not getting into any success. So yeah, limit order is set there. We would love to see the breakout and the manipulation and then the real move to the downside. Right, that's the ideal case scenario, right? We get up, we push up into that level, we get triggered in our position, we retrace, we have a 500 pip target, right? That would be the ideal case scenario. If we don't do that, and we leave the zone now, and we just create something like this where we break down, okay, and we pull back, there is just a chance we're gonna see and use this as resistance, and we're gonna just sell off. It's definitely a possibility. So for now, let's wait a little bit for it to see, okay, can we actually do that with power, with volume? But the longer we're sitting here, the more bearish we're actually getting. Not necessarily bullish. Okay, let's look at the dollar too. The dollar is actually holding that support quite well. We're pretty much in that range. We have been using this zone already for a while. We can't seem to break out of that support, break below here. The dollar is still holding up quite well. And the hourly candle has just closed below that area right here. So to be honest, I'm getting a harder and harder time in believing that we're gonna get into that 4333 level now. And more time to believe that we're trying to just break the lows and continue to drop further, okay? ISS, it's a legit short if you break out of that near-term consolidation, short on the retest of the value area of the range. Yes, sir. That's exactly what we're going to do if you break down. Xau Usd is long way, too much stress. How you manage that stress? Why are you stressed, my friend? What's going on? Why so stressed? Why so stressed? Life is good, man. Life is good. All right, we're here chilling. I hope you have a good time. No stress allowed here, okay? We're just doing our thing. You're doing your thing. It's all good, my friend. It's all good. Okay? It's all good. Yeah. This is the game. Okay? This is the game. This is the game. Okay, in the last 6 weeks, we've taken 40 trades. Okay. We've taken around 40 setups, 40 trades. Each one of them right there. Okay. 40 to be exact. A little bit more than 40 trades. Okay. The market conditions change. When the market conditions change, we need to adapt to that condition. We have to. We have no choice. We have to adapt to that condition. And we have to simply look at the market in a way where we are like, okay, now the market is not like this. We need to adapt. And you're going to go to phases where the market decides to do something different. And then we have to adapt to that market condition. Okay. So for us, in order to be profitable, we need to make sure that we do the right thing. And sometimes it allows us to be more patient. Sometimes we have, you know, trades every time, every day. And in other times we are in a market where we just have to be so patient and it's so annoying. But that's also part of the game. Okay. This is what happens when I stream every day. Okay. I can also just say, you know what? I'm just gonna take a week off. I'm just gonna take 9 or 10 days off from the streams. And I'm just gonna come back when I'm back into that daily rhythm again, when we are confirmed that we're reversing, or we're confirming that we are now clearly bearish. So I'm gonna just do that. And then I'm not gonna stream for a week or two, right? And come back and trade again. But sometimes it's better for you to experience that transition where we are preserving our capital at the most important moments in time, to then wait for the confirmations we need to get into that new cycle to make money again. Okay. And I think this is where you learn the most, actually. That's my personal opinion. This is where you learn the most. Okay. Is by paying attention to that, to how do we deal with those transitions? How do we adapt to a changing market condition from bullish to bearish, or a breakout to the downside after a breakout to the upside, and a range? Like, how do we adapt to that? I think that is where the magic happens. So I prefer to trade every day live and to show you the analysis every day, regardless, right? If it's about strictly the trades every single session, every day, which I completely get, by the way, but then I would say it's better for me sometimes to take a week off and come back to the streams and not stream for a week, right? Something like that. Because I know that you're going to go to those transition periods in the market. And that's the game we're playing. That is how the game actually works. And this is why, in terms of my P&L, my own P&L, I'm in the game long enough right now, you know, to say, okay, I'm profitable. I've proven that. I've proven myself that, right? And what my equity curve usually looks like, it's like a large, big impulse, slow, market, maybe a little dip, big impulse, slow, little dip, big impulse. All right, this is usually how my equity curve would look like. Right? And it's like, you know, you take advantage of certain conditions where you're absolutely killing it trade after trade after trade. And then this moment, when we're actually in these like transitions and stuff, that's where you try to preserve as much as possible. Okay? As much as possible. So instead of all messing it all up and losing everything that you made, you actually try to protect what you made before. But at the moment, we're still pushing. We're still holding up. We don't want to break down. We don't want to break up. But I think this is the most important part here. What is your win rate over the 40 trades? Around 70%. What is the average risk reward ratio? 1.85 to 1. How do you know the market condition is not in your favor? I think you can trade any market condition. So we can trade any market condition, but sometimes what happens is that, you know, when the market is getting very tight, for example, right? This is usually where you have to pay attention to the reversal. So reversals are sometimes those moments where you are, you're kind of in between. We call that the in-between phase. You're not really bullish, but you're not really bearish, but you're not really ranging anymore. So you're kind of trying to figure out, is this going to be the real reversal or is this going to be the continuation? That is usually a couple days, like a week or something like that, where it's trying to break out. And now we have pretty much the confirmation that we need. Right? It's pretty obvious that we're looking for a break further to the downside right now. Okay. How much more time should we give it, guys? Let me know in the chat. How many times should we give this one? Because this has been a 2-hour range right now. A 2-hour range. 90 pip high, 90 pip low, I guess. 90 pips. 2 hours. Okay. We're getting closer. He's coming? Yeah, he can work here, no problem. Yeah, I'm streaming, but it's okay. Yeah. Okay. Every time I say okay, I hope that something happens, okay? Just so you know. So you understand why I use that word. Okay. It's like a hint for the market. What time do you come live daily? Usually between 8:15 and 8:30 p.m. EST. Hello, Pak. Bak. Remote, yeah? Okay. Maybe the big move already happened at 8 Asia Open, 8 p.m. New York. Could be. It could be. Well, clearly it did. But it could also be that we're just stalling for a new wave. Further to the downside, right? We could also see something like that. Isabella, yes. We need Isabella in the chat, our moderator. She keeps the chat going until we are seeing some action. We should make a stream where we teach these guys how to trade. What do you guys think? We just teach them how to trade. Yeah, we should do that. You know, bro, we already took yesterday's Asian low, so it's more likely to pump. Yesterday's Asian low was taken out already way before yesterday. Okay, because the Asian low is sitting right there. Okay. London actually took out the Asian low yesterday. You're talking about the Monday. Yeah, we did set in a new weekly low. That is correct. That is correct. Yeah. So that's why. Alice says better cleaning than losing money on that stupid market. Well, hey, you know, you're still here. you are still here. Something is keeping you here. You know what I mean? Something is keeping you in this market. I guess we all feel the same way. If you think we're more likely to pump, why do you have a trade set up for a short on the screen? I don't think it's more likely to pump. Pump into our sell limit. Slowly and steadily, my friends. What is the best lot size for a 5K account? I would say 5K, you're saying, right? So the risk you need to take is around what? $100 risk? 2%? 0. What? 0.05? Something like that, 0.05 lots? Maybe. What about the VWAP? The VWAP is sitting literally right there. If you can't make 20K in 1 month, you're doing something wrong. I do agree. But it depends where you're from. And I think it's also about mindset, I think. Because the problem is, at the moment you start making like 30, 40K a month, you create a new low, right? A new mental barrier. Like you start getting used to that, making 30K a month, 40K a month. You're like, wow, I only made 15K this month, and you think that you had a horrible month, not realizing that it's someone's yearly salary, for example. So that is how this thing works, is you create a new standard for yourself, and that becomes the new norm. So you have to be very, very careful, very patient with that, but also it's part of your natural growth, right? The only problem is that if you get used to that and you adjust your lifestyle to that and you start spending like that, then now that becomes your new normal and you can't break below that anymore. And then it becomes an issue. So it's better to make more money, but keep your spendings as low as possible for as long as you can. As long as you can. That is where you will grow the fastest, the quickest. Because if your expenses grow with your income, you put only more and more pressure on yourself. And that's not really going to help much. And I've been there, actually. I was making a lot more money, and then I started to spend more money. So I've kind of found a good balance now between the amount of money that I make and the amount of money that I spend, right? And I'm trying to keep it this way, but it's not easy. That's why living in Malaysia as a Dutch cheap living experience. I live in Bali, and people think that Bali is cheap, but if you pay what I pay, if you understand what I pay, what I spent here, you're gonna think twice. Okay, you're gonna think twice. Like we always say, you can make it as expensive as you want and as cheap as you want. Hi Lorenzo, I always manage to pass my top step accounts. So far I've passed 250k accounts and 950k accounts. But once I get to the express account, I end up blowing the account. Wow. Yeah, this is very recognizable. And very unfortunate, actually, that this happens. But we call that the emotional drain, right? Because you have been treating your challenge as a real account. And you get into that flow state, right, of trading that real account or the challenge. And then you already pretty much, once you're funded, you're already emotionally drained. And the pressure is only going up and up and up and up. And the only problem that I've seen as well, and the guys that I know that are actually pretty successful with trading platforms, they find a way to get funded quicker, to then take their trading once they're funded and treat it like a real account. The last thing that I think you want is being stuck in a challenge for 3 months or 4 months in a row. I think it's gonna be extremely emotionally draining. So I'm personally a bit more aggressive. Okay, so if I cannot afford a 100k account, let's say, or 150k account in theory, hypothetically, then I'd rather buy a 50k account 3 times. Does that make sense? So if you can't afford a 150k account, let's say you can afford a 150k or 200k FTMO account, but you can't afford to fail on it because you need to pass it, then buy 3 or 4 50k accounts instead and be a bit more aggressive. You're gonna get more success with that. I guarantee you. What will be your prediction for the... well, never mind. Never mind. I wanted to react to that, but I can't now anymore. Where in Bali do you stay? Canggu area. Lorenzo, I have 5k real capital. How much should I risk in the trades? Depends how much are you willing to risk. It's your own account. You can decide whatever you want to do. What is like a reasonable amount? I mean, it depends. Like for some people, 5k is not a lot of money. For other people, it's everything. If it's everything, I suggest to take not more than 2% risk, right? Which is like $250 risk per trade. Sorry, 5% risk, right? $250 per trade. So 4%, $200, I think is a very, very, it's in my opinion, a sweet spot. Okay. $4 to 5%. 4%, $200 on a 5k account risk is, in my opinion, a good amount. Okay, if you wanna, if it's too much for you, you can always get it to like $100. For some people say 5% is high. I don't think on a personal account that 5% is like really, I think it's doable. I think it's completely fair. Wow, this has probably been the longest wait that we've ever had on the stream, right, guys? I actually truly believe that. This has been the longest time we had to wait to get into a trade. I really think so. How many zones do we have to deal with? We have one zone right there. We actually do have another zone sitting at the 46 as well. Okay. So it's actually two zones, to be honest, that we have to watch out for. Okay. But this is the first zone that we want to look at. The second zone is pretty much the point of control of that level. It's where we got rejected from beforehand. We turn it into resistance. That might become resistance again, and then stop loss would go above the high. So that's also another opportunity in case we do manage to delve deeper. But our first level is clearly at that level that we've marked out right now, the 4333, right? But yeah, we do have also the 46. You only trade gold the whole year? Only gold right now. Yes. We gotta love it. We gotta love our gold, right? Let's remove this one for now. This is what matters the most. We also have the VWAP there as well. We have the very low there. We have a lot of levels there sitting. Lorenzo, have you ever been to the Wallen? The red light district, you mean? That's only for men, for tourists in my country, okay? In the Netherlands. Only tourists do that. We don't do that. We think it's weird. It's tourists that do that, okay? Do you trade future platforms easier than the CFDs? I would choose, if I could choose a prop firm, I would go for... Tough one, man. Ooh, tough one. Futures or CFDs? I think that CFDs will still have the better rules. I know these two-step programs are annoying, but once you have and you went through a two-phase or a two-step CFD prop and you're funded, it's actually a legitimate account that you can work with. It's actually like, it has the best rules possible. So if you can go through that, it's totally worth doing. Yeah, the future rules are great. It looks fantastic, but you're always very compressed. You're very tight. You're very tight. Okay. It's better to go through that process first. And if you fund it, you're set. You have like an account. You can, lose 10% on FTMO, for example, or FundedNext, right? You can lose like 10%. It's balance-based drawdown. So if you make money, your drawdown doesn't go up. Okay, it stays there exactly, and you can build a buffer. You have so many more things you can do there. Would you say NQ isn't respecting the levels as much as gold? No, I think NQ is also, from what my friends are doing, what I see, I think NQ is also great. I think that you just should be focusing on, one instrument and absolutely master it. And once you feel you've mastered it enough and you want to trade something else, trade something additionally and start mastering that too. And build your way up like that, okay? Especially if you trade the lower time frames. If you are a swing trader, right, and you trade on the daily time frame and you're just holding trades for a longer period of time, I think you can trade a lot of different assets, okay? But if you are a scalper or you are a day trader that's trying to get into trades on a daily basis, you need to really master an instrument, okay? You really need to master an instrument first before moving and hopping around. I've always sticked with gold. I've tried Forex. I've traded Forex on the side, but I was always more into the macro. Okay, I was just very interested in the higher time frame, macro, the fundamental data and stuff as well. But I prefer, when it comes down to gold, to focus and trade it every day, pretty much, right? At least analyze it every day. The amazing thing about gold is you learn to deal with a lot of different scenarios. So for example, gold has a range. And the problem with gold is, which is actually not a problem if you know how to deal with this, gold can stay in a range for months, okay? And you need to be able to deal with this. You need to really be able to deal with it. Now, this is actually not bad at all, okay? But we were clearly in a ranging condition. Now we have broken out of it, okay? And we start to see a push up. Now we are at a stage where we are breaking back down. So we're pushing back down again, okay? And the question is, what should we do now? Looking for longs or short, because we broke out, but we're pushing down. We're looking to short it back towards an area where we could find significant support, right? So what we're trying to do here is to really understand where we could find that support now, right? And at this current moment in time, we can kind of see that sellers are absolutely in control, because every push up takes forever. Okay, but every push down takes a couple minutes. This is how the market has been behaving since we have been coming up here. Every time when we push up, this takes forever, but the push down is easy. All this grind, all that work here, forever, but this push down is easy. See that? That should tell you something. If you see that happening in the market, then you should follow the trend until we get invalidated. Shin says, cancel the sell limit. It will hit your stop loss. Also, this we get every day. Every trade we take, we get this message in the chat. Every trade we take. And sometimes they're going to be right. And they're going to let me know that they were right. They're going to let me know that they were right. Trust me. We're getting very close though. Yeah. Just for the fact that you waited for the setup for so long, now you have to take it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I waited there was a time I waited for a setup for 6 hours and I got stopped out in 5 minutes. It happened. That happened too. I'm not joking. I've seen it all, man. I've seen it all. The best of the best, the worst of the worst. You get used to it. Give me 1 second, Jis. Yeah, the VWAP is right there, indeed. Correct. What's the status? Still the same way, man. Xau limit is set at 4333. It's actually where the VWAP is right now at the moment. It is also the pullback of the swing that we're seeing into the previous range that we are witnessing right there. So we have this previous area of balance. We broke below it and we're now struggling there. We will find resistance at the very low. That aligns perfectly. I really like this. I really like that level. I like to trade this in advance always. I like to look at these ranges before and then wait for the break below it and then find resistance within it. So that is another one. Yeah, we have a bunch of confirmations there. Another level is a bit higher though, at the point of control. And that's a setup like that. Okay, it's a second setup actually that I'm willing to take. If this one would fail, I would try again. So I'm actually thinking about splitting my risk into two, but not directly. So just one trade first and see how this goes. But I do expect a lot of resistance at the 4333 right now. So let's see what happens when we're there. This has been by far the slowest grind we've ever experienced on this channel. So if you've managed to go through this with me and this end up to be a winner, okay, I salute you. I salute you deeply. Okay? I salute you. Costa Rica in the house. What's up? How you doing, man? Watching from Paraguay. Wow, a lot of South Americans in the chat. I've only been to Brazil once. Jim Mouse says, I was told that your sell limit can hit. Can you see that? Am I wrong? Can you explain that? I don't understand your question, bro. Sorry. How safe is Bali? Extremely safe. You just have to be a bit sharp. Okay, you can't be too loud here, if you know what I mean. You need to respect the locals, number one. Okay, if you do that, there will be no issue. If you are too loud and you're trying to show off a bit too much, you're gonna face some troubles. You know, people are gonna find you. So you have to be careful of that too. Couple of small things. For the rest, it's extremely safe. For kids, extremely safe. So you should, you know, and Bali is an extremely safe place. You just have to do the right things, okay? And just don't be stupid. That's pretty much the only thing that you should not be here. Stupid. Okay? Honestly, guys, if this would drop, let's say, okay, I'm not saying it will drop, but if this would drop, then I'll accept it without remorse, no problem. You expected a different answer. I know that. No problem. Before you used to go live during the New York session, now you go live during the Asian session. That is correct. Yeah, I made a lot more money in Asia across all my accounts. And I changed it because of the Trump news and the Iran news. It was extremely aggressive. It was actually no trading anymore. It was just waiting for the next news event. That's it. And at some point I was like, you know what? Let me try something else. Let me try to strictly trade the opening of the day. And I was like, okay, wow, it's actually good. It is actually really good. And I'm saying that as someone who traded the New York session live 450 times. was like, wow, okay. It moves slower, but it's less manipulated. There is no news. Trump is in his bed. I'm like, I can take this. I can deal with this. I live in Bali, so I wake up early. I do my stream. I'm done for the day. I'm like, okay, wow. Put one and one together, and it kind of makes sense for me to see where we can take this. And we have been doing that. And that's how it goes. We've decided to start with an account, a smaller account, around 6K for the streams. It's now 21K. And we're taking it easy with the account. We're not rushing, but we're growing. And that's what matters. And we're showing you how it's possible. And thanks to the Asian session, it has been working. So let's do and follow up with what works, right? So we trade when Trump sleeps. That's pretty much the conclusion. Because the moment he wakes up, right? He has a nightmare. He wakes up. Iran, tweet. Then you're already too late. Then it's already done. Then the trading day is finished. Do you think that the low volume node was just reacted will be enough for the pullback? No, I think that we have our limit set at the right level. Like I am unfortunately going to say this, but I'm going to wait 20 more minutes. Okay? 20 more minutes. And otherwise, we're just going to see what happens regardless. Luckily, we have a Telegram community or group that I can use to stay in touch with you and communicate this well. If I am in the trade, I will stay on the stream. If not, then you know, at some point we have to move on and mark out the different scenarios and levels. This is one. The limit order will stay for me right now. I will not change that, but that's not going to make a difference. And new 1 hour candle closure, 4 hour candle closure. Yes, 1 hour, 4 hour. We're doing it both now. Still not confirmed. Not fully there with the 4 hour. We 1 hour tapping into the VWAP right there. 15-minute is already struggling here. Lorenzo, thank you very much for everything. Since I met you, I'm addicted with trading. Ooh, I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Is that good or is that bad? I'll be honest, in 1 month, I'm still negative on my money, but I'm more confident day by day with your help. Okay, only 1 month? Okay, well, that's normal. Nitish, as you know, you have changed my conviction since I started following you and even is making some money for me. It is really commendable. Thank you, man. Appreciate that, man. I think we're all addicted. You were missing trading on your holiday. I think you're addicted too. Yes, I kind of am. Not because... Now, I genuinely like trading. Okay? I would not say I genuinely like trading. I like the process of trading. I think that trading made me a much better human being. Okay? I learned a lot of flaws of myself. I discovered a lot of my own flaws in my life. Okay? And trading exposed those flaws, interesting enough. So it helped me significantly becoming a different person, a different human being, knowing what my priorities should be, what I should be focusing on, things like that. It is very isolating. I have to be honest. It's very isolating, but it's extremely worth it because it allowed to really teach myself a lot of flaws that I had. Okay. One of the reasons I went live, okay, and I told my community this as well. One of the big reasons I traded live actually was because when I was younger, I hate being wrong. Some of the things that I had, some of my personality traits, I hate to be wrong. Now, if there is something that is really bad in trading, is that it's really bad to be hating the fact that you're going to be wrong, because you're going to be wrong. Okay, you're going to experience that being wrong. So when I started trading, I just couldn't accept being wrong. I hated it so much. Couldn't accept losing a trade. Okay? Actually, really, it pissed me off. So now I decided to go, you know what? I'm going to go live. And I went live and then suddenly it blew up and stuff. And I was like, okay. Now when I'm wrong in front of hundreds of people. Tens of people at the time. 20 people. I'm wrong in front of 20 people. So now when I'm wrong in front of them too. Right? So I have to be wrong sometimes in front of them. I have to accept my destiny, my fate. Now I'm wrong in front of thousands of people. If I blow up, or if I lose a trade, I lose my trade in front of thousands of people. Pretty much. Right in front of you guys. So when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You get used to it. You get used to getting wrong or being wrong. And it allows myself to just be a better person, accept destiny, accept my traits the way they are. Bro, it can hit your stop loss. It definitely can. Yep. It can also not. And it can also play out perfectly. All right. Isabella says, I really struggle to understand that in the markets I can be wrong. This is one of the big ones. Okay. Is to be able to allow yourself to be wrong in this game. And this is one of the hardest things I think to learn. Yeah, because winning a trade feels okay. But you can forget about this. Losing a trade is what you remember. Losing is twice as painful as winning. Is twice as enjoyable. So losing is twice as painful than winning, unfortunately. And we remember our losses much more than our wins. And that's something that you have to learn to deal with. I had a winning streak of 15 trades in a row where I won a trade without a loss. And then I had one loss. I forgot about my winning streak and I just focused on that one loss. Can you believe that? $15 trades. 0 emotions. One loss. Derailed. Can you explain the analysis of this trade? Yes, we can do that. Okay, so number one, we tapped into higher time frame supply here. This is already something that we have to mark out, that higher time frame resistance. Okay, sometimes if you go too much on the lower time frame, you forget that you tap into a major resistance right there and that we couldn't break it multiple days in a row. I actually took a long at the top. Okay, I'm not like, when it comes down to day trading, I'm not scared to long into daily supply sometimes. Okay, however, what happened eventually was price started to break and it started to take out the highs and reverse completely. Okay, so we had a large weekly range right there in that supply zone that now has been broken. Okay, and we're now trading below that. So price broke below and is now trading there. Okay, now if you look at the overall structure, so let's say you have the ranges, okay, the ranges themselves that are set right here, you can actually see very well that this was like the last real like balanced range before we tapped for the first time into supply, daily supply, right? So that was the last moment where buyers really lifted price higher towards that area where sellers started to come in. And every time when we tapped into that, sellers came in and price eventually sold off. Now we managed to break below that area of buyers, okay? Where buyers took control here. And if you measure the volume profile and we look at it from that perspective and we say, okay, we are now there. Let's see what happens, right? Price broke below it. And you can now actually officially see that price is no longer trading above it, but we're now trading below it. Do you see that? Because we're now here. We're in this area right there, okay? So we managed to control price with buyers stepping in. We broke out of fair value there. We shoot up. We tapped into daily supply. We ranged. Sellers stepped in. We broke below it. But most importantly, we broke below the structure, which allowed us to get there. And that range is where we measure the volume of. And inside of that level, you'll find areas of interest. Okay? Now, that is usually where we find big resistance. And the next logical target is the previous range, where buyers were able to push price further towards the upside. So we have a little bit of room, right, for price to now come back down towards this area, which is what we talked about, 4277, and to get back towards a previous low. Okay, now that is a 500 pip move. Okay, that is a 500 pip move that we could look for. The market itself has been relatively bearish now, right? We can kind of confirm that by understanding how the market has been moving, because we see that it takes a lot of effort for the market right now to push price higher, but the sell-off is very quick and easy. We are in a range, takes a long time, but the sell-off is easy. And again, we're doing the same thing. We're in a range, it takes a really long time to come up. The question is this third phase, so that first, that second, that third drop, the big drop, after the struggle that we're seeing here, to get to that point of interest right there below that we just talked about. So it seems to be adding up from that perspective when you look at the overall alignment here of how price right now is moving, okay? From the top of that supply down towards our next zone. Once we are back at the next zone, we can say, okay, now we're back at that next zone. We reevaluate and see how strong buyers are willing to step in here, okay? And if it's strong enough for a retracement and maybe a breakout, if it does break out back above that area, we can look for the pullback, we can look for the continuation. If it doesn't, and it starts to struggle again, right? Then at some point, you're gonna see something similar as what we saw here, right? You see the break, you start to range, you manipulate, you break down, and you just try to delve deeper and deeper into that area, and you lose that level 2. We'll go for the next level, okay? So for now, we are here, we are pulling back. That is an area of interest that we will watch because of that range, okay? Now, there are 2 levels though that come with that. We have level 1 and we have level 2. There's the point of control and the value area low here. There is another level that we have to watch, okay? And that is sitting at the 46, okay? Now, the point is that at the moment, the valuation index on the 15-minute time frame, okay, is a tool that we use that measures gold against the dollar, because the dollar does not move in isolation against gold, okay? Or gold does not move in isolation against the dollar. Let's put it this way, okay? Gold tends to react based upon a move from the dollar, right? If the dollar drops, gold tends to push up. If the dollar pushes up, gold tends to come down on average. The correlation is like 80%, okay? Now, what matters the most, that we created an indicator out of that determines when you are overvalued, if it's worth it to short. If shorting is gonna be more favorable than longing. Now, if you look here at the market, okay, right there, you can see that we were at the top yesterday when we did our session, when we talked about, right, the reverse of the fake out that we expected. Price was there and it sold off, right? We tapped into an overvaluation here and it sold off, okay? So now we are very close to an overvaluation, getting into that resistance, okay? So the question is, what happens when we are actually there and we're not that far away from it? And then does that then mean the price is willing to give us an opportunity in either one of those 2 zones, the 33 or the 46, for a next leg down, okay? It gives me a lot of confidence and faith that we have some of that confirmation and structure right there in order for us to look for a setup that makes sense for one more leg further down towards this level, the 4278. But that is kind of the overall analysis right now that we're looking for, and I can give you everything and say this is everything that can happen and give you like the full confidence behind it, but I can still be wrong, okay? However, what will turn me profitable is that by accepting and managing risk properly, that if I get, let's say, 1 out of my 3 trades correctly, I am profitable. I am profitable. If I have a risk-to-reward ratio of a 2-to-1 on average, okay, which I have on average, okay, that allows me to win pretty much right now 33% of the time, okay, 33% of the time, and still be profitable, okay, at least break even, okay? So that is just the way we manage risk. We don't have to be right all the time, but you set these scenarios out, you understand how the market moves in isolation, so how it behaves. How are sellers reacting? Is it easy for the market to push price down, but hard for the market to push price up? Where in terms of structure do we stand? What does the volume profile say? How does gold move against the dollar? You put these things together, you see if the targets are realistic, if the amount of pips that you can reach are allowing you to take good solid risk to reward setups, okay? So you're not gonna chase them. And if you then complete that process and you stick to that process consistently over time, it's almost impossible not to make money over time. Okay? But it is almost impossible to win every trade. That pretty much sums up the analysis right there of why we are looking to enter at the 4333 now. And maybe at the 4346, but we'll see about that one later on. Okay? Oh, that makes sense. STDV is aligning with the 4346. Yeah, this is another huge level that I would watch very carefully on. Okay, it's one right there. But again, I know the importance of this range. I know the importance of this area. It's also the Sunday open. We also have a huge low volume node in between here that we have to watch very carefully. And we have a lot of levels in between there. So I'm still watching this very carefully also because the valuation is already creeping up towards that high. And yeah, I mean, it's worth watching and being patient for this and then see if we can get to the next one. If we're wrong, then 43, 46. But let's start with this, see where we go. Solo trader, I don't trade exactly like this, but my zones are refined by using this strategy that helps me overall to grow and taking payouts consistently. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, man. Just follow up with what works for yourself and take a little bit of what works. I've done this the way, same exact way. I took a little bit of everything from people that I know, that I like. And I realized that I could combine that with that and that with that, and it will not conflict. And I was like, perfect. I'm going to build my own system. We said 20 minutes, chat. We said 20 minutes. We said 20 minutes 15 minutes ago. Remember? No, I'm joking. If we can, we're so close now. If we can get there, then whatever. We just need that one impulse, actually. That's pretty much it, yeah, now. I do agree with you. It's around 60 pips left. It is correct. It is around 60 pips left. Yeah. Why are people asking winning ratio? I think they want to know if someone is legit or not, I guess, right? It makes total sense. But I would also just watch someone's analysis and apply it yourself. This is my suggestion. If I would be watching a streamer, I would listen to his analysis. I would not necessarily take his trades immediately. I would not maybe even take his trades. I would probably just listen to his analysis and see if I can find the alignment. And if I can see what he sees, and then mark out my own analysis beforehand, before the stream starts, and then wait for the stream to see if it aligns with what I am looking for. And then act upon that. And then I'm still gonna follow up with my own thought process, my own trade. If he thinks something different, I will still take what I wanted to take. I'm not gonna adjust it because he says it. But then I'm gonna compare over time and see if I can find the alignment. Okay, maybe he was indeed correct, or maybe I was correct. Like, let's see how it goes, right? And I would do that for a while. Instead of coming to the stream and just blindly just say, oh, are you profitable? Okay, great, I'm gonna copy you. Well, that's also one way, but what happens if I'm out? If I'm gone? If it's done, if it's finished? It will happen at some point. Gonna go to the next streamer, right? And the next one, and the next one. How does that feel? How does that feel? Always have to depend on someone else, right? The whole goal of this stream, of course, now I'm chilling, we're waiting for a sell limit, etc. But our goal of this stream is to teach, to talk about why, right? To really go deep into the system, the process, at least the foundation of it. Not all the insights, because it's just too much, but a good solid start, a good foundation. That's what we're trying to do here, to make sure that you have that framework, you have that foundation, you have a book to learn and to read from, you have some videos to work with. Hey, Snowy Trade, sorry, man. Do you have a plan B? I do not have a plan B. Yeah, I have a plan A and that's it. Plan A is the 4333. Wait, I do have a plan B and that was the 4346 like we talked about, right? But nothing lower. Nope. Nothing lower now. Nothing lower, nothing lower, nothing lower. We have to really like be patient right now at the moment. If price does not reach the target in the next, okay, I'm really gonna say it now, 10 minutes. Then it's gonna get very tricky, right? And this is something that we have to be aware of. The closer you're getting to the London Open, the higher the chance that the manipulation will take place, okay? So the closer we're now getting to, let's say 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. It's now 12:30, so we have a lot more time on our hands. It's okay. But the closer you're getting to like that 3 a.m. mark, so let's say it's like 2 a.m., okay? And you're still not in a trade, or, you know, you have to be very careful because, you know, you have these weird outliers pre-market open. If you are familiar with that, let me know in the chat. But that can happen, okay? So be a bit patient around or careful when the market opens up and you're still not in a trade. Because the London sessions have the most manipulation I've seen ever pre-market, predominantly. Okay, not during the market like the New York session when the news comes out, no, pre-market. Okay, so the pre-New York, the pre-London is usually the one that suddenly shoots up and then drops later, for example. So now it's still fine. We're like in the safe zone now for the next hour. Okay, hour and a half. But roughly speaking, when we're talking about 2 a.m., sorry, New York, 2 a.m., like what is it, pre-London time, Frankfurt, right? That's when you have to be a bit more patient, careful. Then it's better, okay, to not enter anymore if you're not in a trade and to wait for the London to open instead. And then wait for the confirmation for your trade. So I would personally don't like to take a trade between 2 and 3, okay? Anything before that is fine. Between 2 and 3, I'm really trying to avoid this as much as I can. Oh my God, guys. Yeah, I have to say it. I can sit here another 20, 30 minutes waiting for this moment. I think this is the longest stream, I think. In terms of waiting for a setup, it has been truly the longest stream I've been in. Correct? 3 hours right now. Just ranging. Large Vermelio, you're all going to be waiting for the session 2 hours ago. I mean, I get it. If you don't want to wait for the setup, I don't, literally, I'm not here to say that you have to wait for it, you know what I mean? Because I totally get this. This has been crazy. Also for me, right? This has been a very long waiting. All right? It's just the reality here. So 4278 is what I want to see today, really. 4278 is what we want to target. We want to see. Do you think it's stuck as it's the yearly open? No, I don't think it's stuck there because the yearly open. No, I think this is just a volume thing right now at the moment. Look at the order flow. If you want to really see the volume distribution here, you can see it. The volume started to come down after 10:30, I would say. That's when the volume dropped in half. You can actually see this. We went from 1.2, 1.7, 1.4, 1.3, 1.6 to 700, 800, 500, 700. So yeah, we started to come down here. Yes. What do you think the manipulation could look like? I mean, in terms of manipulation right now at the moment, it depends, right? If the London opens up an hour before the London Open, you tend to see those weird moves, those weird spikes. I'm not sure if you have noticed that before, but usually around 2, okay, the market does something like it likes to do, and that is to lead people in one direction, and then the London makes the move further. So at the moment in time, you can actually see that we are now setting up for something like that, right? We might be setting up for like a move right there. So yeah. Eventually we have the range that we hit here. If we lose the 4313, there are ways to think about shorting again. Okay? And target the 72 as well, or 78 as well. But that is another level that I would watch if you do manage to come down earlier. But I prefer to get into the sell limits. Okay, because the higher time frame seems to be aligning very well with this, and The ranges. I slept and you're still live. Wow, look at that. That is true. Good morning, my friend. Hope you had a good sleep. Welcome back to your second phase. Okay, we'll probably execute this trade in around 4.5 hours from now. So join the suffering with me. Oh. See, the camera gave up too. Now, the whole goal of this stream is going to be a long stream, a big fat winner, and then end the week strong. That's the whole goal, okay? The risk is that I wait here for 4 hours with you guys, 3.5 hours, and then I lose the trade in 5 minutes, okay? And I end the stream like that, okay? And then it's all on me, you know what I mean? Then I have to deal with this in the weekend. Do you know what I mean? So, hey, it's getting juicier and juicier because everyone wants to know now what is going to happen here. Okay? It's going to be a big W, a big banger, or it's going to be a rough weekend. You understand? Yeah. That is the situation we're dealing with. So what is it going to be? What do you think about crypto right now? It seems to be in a bearish phase. What do you think the future looks like? That is a very good question, my man. I am bullish for the future of crypto still. I think this is the moment where you should be bullish. You should be a contrarian, okay? Because everyone gave up on it. And that's when I start liking it a little bit more, okay? So right now I am much more appealed and interested in it than I was before. And I'm waiting patiently for Bitcoin to do its thing. I do like how we're respecting here. Bitcoin is not fully there yet. We can all acknowledge that. But yeah, give it time, give it space. Time will tell. And it will come. It will come, okay? Just give it room, give it space. By the way, did you guys all realize that we are actually in a monthly supply zone at the moment on gold? Right there. You see that base drop on a monthly time frame? And how this is also a monthly zone. Now, you cannot really day trade in a monthly zone because there are too many... it's too big of a time frame for us to take trades on a 5-minute and only be short, right? Because we're going to see many pullbacks. But we're actually in a monthly zone. Yeah, monthly resistance. We don't tap into those monthly supply zones a lot of times. This is actually very rare. Okay. But this is an official zone right there on the monthly time frame that we are tapping into right now. So this is also not just for Bitcoin, but also for gold, a maker or breaker moment, really. It's really a maker or breaker moment. Valuation is creeping up and up and up. Do you guys see that? The valuation index is pushing up higher. That means that the dollar is in essence pushing down, okay, more than gold is pushing up. And that is actually a good sign, okay? That is actually what you want to see. You see the dollar is dropping more aggressively than gold is pushing up. So if the dollar finds support, that's not going to be good for gold right there. So that's what the indicator that we use here helps with a little bit. Did that overvaluation right there as well. And pretty much every overvaluation is sitting right here. All right, ever since we got into that range, we started to tap into it. We started to see the highs being hit, being mitigated right there. That was, of course, the top. We're now trending downwards, so we are now there. And now we're very close of being there again. So we're going to pay a lot of attention to what happens inside of it once we're there, of course. No one seems to talk about a bearish monthly fair value gap on gold, or yeah, we're into that supply zone, yeah. Is the blue line on your chart the VWAP? Yeah, that is the VWAP indeed. I need to make this a bit more clear, maybe. But that's true. Ravi Kumar asks, where is Georgelina? In the chat, you mean? That girl in the chat, Georgelina. Ravi, my friend, focus on the charts, okay? Little candy crusher you are. Focus on the charts. Forget about Georgelinas, okay? We have a setup in front of us right here with the VWAP, the overvaluation, the value area low, okay? Little candy crusher. Focus on the charts, my friend. Not on Georgelina, okay? Now we're now at a stage where we are actually getting teased. Okay? There is no doubt about this here. You can't tell me that this 40 pip range is not breaking out. You're ignoring the question how to get the indicator. Sorry, I didn't see that. How to get the indicator? We're going to do giveaways, okay, on a regular basis to the audience. It's not for sale, okay? I don't sell it. Yeah, the only problem, I actually have to go soon. That's the actual problem I have at 1:20. Because I need to bring my son to the chess club. Yeah. This is his first chess lesson. I'm very excited about that. And I want to be there. I want to watch it. So yeah, that's the only problem. We would have thought we would have been sitting here. So let's hope, guys, really that something happens in the next 15. Hey Lorenzo, have you been to Australia before? Bali's kind of close. I've been there. Yes, I've been there many times. I've been in Brisbane. I've been on the Gold Coast. I've been in Cairns, Darwin, Perth, Melbourne, Sydney, and then all the smaller ones, Noosa, for example. Right, all the smaller places in between as well. Now, I've seen Australia. I love it. It's been a while ago though. Probably has changed a little bit, but it's been nice. My favorite lyrics is yesterday I made $100 in less than a minute before it reversed. Thank you, Lorenzo, sir. Amazing. You mean you went long or you went short, according to that fake out that we talked about? Because that was kind of a clear fake out indeed that we could see. Do you trade the Asian session only? Yes. Not myself. I mean, I trade New York too. But preferably, if I don't take a trade in Asia, I prefer to trade New York. If I'm already in a winning trade or I already won, I prefer to leave it for the day. I think it makes total sense. You win a trade, you're out, you're done. No need to spoil it, to ruin it, to force anything extra. You made money. You can come back. You can come back the next day. If I did not see anything in Asia, but I still see potential in a trade for the rest of the day, I'll just wait for the next session, New York or something like that. Barely trade London, to be honest. Barely trade London. The only time when I trade London was in Ibiza last week or 2 weeks ago. That was the only time when I traded London session. Dude, how to start trading professionally? Okay, I tell you how to trade professionally, okay? You set a limit order and you sit here for 4 hours. All right? Trust me, this always works, okay? You set a limit order, you wait for 4 hours. That's how you trade professionally. Good luck. I'm the living proof. Sir, kindly tell me about breaker blocks and order blocks. Breaker blocks and order blocks. I mean, when you talk about order blocks, I mean, I assume you mean something like supply in a month, because that's something I've been very used to trading, supply in a month. Okay, so if that's something that you're talking about, I'm not sure if it's the same thing as what you mean. Okay. Breaker blocks is also something that I use differently. I'm using what we talk about the ranges, okay, and use them as resistance like we are now. So you could call that a breaker block, right? But yeah, supply in a month is something that I definitely look at, okay, on the higher time frame only. I don't use supply in a month on the 1 hour, 30 minute, 50 minute. It's only 4 hour, 8 hour daily, 12 hour daily, okay? Why? Or weekly. Why? Because I like to understand supply in a month from a higher time frame perspective, because I came to the conclusion that these supply in a month zones on the higher time frame are legit. like 100% legit. Like they really do not lie. There is a lot of accumulation happening on the higher time frame. One 8-hour candle, okay, is 2 cycles, like 2 session cycles, pretty much. Okay, if then you create a supply zone or demand zone that actually matters, it is significantly more valuable than it happening on the 30-minute. Okay, I love to use supply and demand in the higher time frame because I feel that on the higher time frame there's a lot more accumulation and distribution taking place by larger market participators. So that's why I like the higher time frame. Okay, I like the lower time frame volume profile because it allows me to really look inside of the moment. What's happening now? Where is the volume taking place? How is the volume distributed? Okay, and how is it working together so well? Now, if you combine it on the higher time frame, supply and demand, and you combine that and find a way to merge that with volume profile on the lower time frame, you can trade the momentum of the lower time frame with the understanding of the higher time frame. Okay, so I really like the combination of both. So supply and demand is much more what I look at on the higher time frame. How to mark them out? I use what I call a 3 candle bar play. 3 specific candles I look for to determine a supply or demand zone, and not an area or a range, or no, 3 candles. Now, let's say you have on the higher time frame supply and demand zones that make sense, that matter. On the lower time frame, you can follow the momentum with the volume profile. And then once you are at your point of interest, you can see how you are measured against the dollar. Are we over or undervalued against the dollar? And what is the order flow telling us? Right? What's actually happening the moment we are there? And that's what we call the trigger. Okay, the actual trigger, the system itself that we're looking for. The moment we tap into that, okay, the trigger is that comes after that. So you have that combination that formulates what we call an A+ setup, when you have all these when you have all the stars aligning. Now you're not gonna always find A+ setups where everything aligns, but nothing contradicts each other. Nothing of that contradicts each other. And that's the beauty of the system that I believe I'm trading. And that's why I feel that I've been successful with it for so long. That's why I believe in it so much. Because of the fact that it doesn't intertwine. You usually have those strategies where one indicator confuses another one. Or the higher time frame says something different than the lower time frame, right? And the problem with that is that there's always a reason not to take a trade, or there's always a reason to go against what you said or whatever. I feel that I cracked that code for myself, where I believe that everything that I do now is aligned and there is no conflict. Wow, I can't believe I have to go in 15 minutes to pick up my son here. A lot of respect though for you guys. Wow, really, like unbelievable. Lorenzo, is CFD or futures better to trade? I don't think it matters. If you talk about prop firms, I do think that CFD prop firms are better. But I have nothing against futures prop firms either. I think they're fine. But I think for like long term, like if you are serious about becoming funded and you're long term trying to get results and like the, you know, you want to really build up your max allocation, let's say, I think CFD prop firms are just going to be more rewarding. Phenom says your son will be a grandmaster in chess by the time you take this trade. Which country has the most subscribers on your channel? It's very divided. It's extremely divided. A lot of guys from the UK, the US, India, of course. What else? Europe is very mixed. Now that I trade Asia, by the way, because it has changed a lot. Since I've traded Asia, a lot of South Americans right now. Okay? A lot of Latinos and Latinas are joining the streams right now. You know what I mean? Yes. So it's the demographics are shifting a little bit. You know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to do a giveaway right now. Okay, what about that? We already were planning to do this anyways on the closure. I actually have to do this right now. Right? I think you guys want to have access to the self-valuation index that we've been using a lot. Yeah, we have been using this a lot. Okay. So if you look at our last trades that we've taken, a lot of times we are aligned with the valuation index. Okay, look at that. If you mark out the zones right there and you look at the overall understanding of the valuation, we've been using it very well. It is not an RSI. No, it's the dollar. It's so much cleaner. Okay, it's the RSI. I call this on steroids. Okay, it's the RSI on steroids that we're seeing right there. Here we're seeing a lower low. Price creates a higher high. We create a bearish divergence right there. We break down below, sell. We lose it right there. That is a confirmation that you look for. Okay, overvaluation. It's just very good to know when to avoid taking longs. Number one, avoid taking shorts as well. As what you can see when you are, even in a downtrend, when you're bottoming out, you are still bouncing. You're still ranging for a while. Okay? Same thing happened here. This is why we didn't short here at the bottom. Because there was no reason to. We were literally undervalued. Okay? So that is a good example of not taking a setup when we were supposed to take a trade right there. All right, so it really helps. And yeah, the dollar has been just operating very well against it. You just type in inputs, dollar index. You get it done. Okay, it needs to be the dollar index, the TVC chart right there. You click on it and then you go and you get this right there. Okay, overall, that is something that I highly encourage you guys to test and work with, especially on the 15-minute time frame. Remember that, the 15-minute. Okay, it's not just about getting everything right. It's not about, oh, you have an indicator now and that indicator is going to give you the magic sauce, you're now going to be suddenly profitable. No, it's an additional layer on top of what you already are using. Give it a try. Okay. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Okay. And give it a try once you receive this right now. Okay. So, yeah, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go here, invite only, stealth valuation index, manage access. Oh, what happened? Indicator, manage access, manage access. And I'm going to add like 10 of you guys right now. Okay. Let's do that. Chill with you. Nice. Awesome. Number 1. Awesome. Nikki 0. Nikki 90. Done. Tamer. Rame 90. Number 3. Okay. Volks active Buffett. I'm really just selecting, right? Like randomly. Volks active Buffett. Okay, number 4. Matt 1. 83, correct? 83. Yes. Matt 1. 83. You are not there, my friend. That doesn't exist. Okay. AGS learning. Okay, AGS learning. There we go. Number 5. Marius Silva. Gullen. Number 6. Tom Wallace. 83. Number 7. Okay. Amit, my G. Dubai. Number 8. All right. Tony Kobe. Okay. Number 9. And last one. Sham Trader. Sham, the man. 4-4. All right. Keep in mind, we do this on a regular basis, guys. So don't worry if you don't get it this time, you get it next time. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay. That's 10 of you guys right there. All right. Access to the stock valuation index right there. We're going to give it away on, I think, next week again. Obviously, if you are in our elite, you get this by default already, right? Yes, my friends. Okay. Too wavy, my friend. How are you doing? It's already finished. It's already finished, yeah, guys. It's already finished. The giveaway is finished, all right? Or is the stream lagging? Maybe that's the reason. Okay. Hey, what was that sound? Anyways, guys, I can't believe I have to tell you guys this, but I actually have to go. I have to pick up my son. I have to bring him to the chess match. Okay. I have to pick up my boy. I have to bring him to his chess club. You know what I mean? I have a son from a previous relationship. Okay. my only boy. I have to pick him up and bring him to the chess club. Okay, I'm very excited about that, but I am actually not excited about the fact that we have been waiting for so long, waiting for that setup. I can't believe it. But it actually happened. Okay. Luckily though, we do have a Telegram group where we can stay in touch if needed to confirm and exactly talk about this thing right here. I explained this trade setup deeply in terms of the why behind it. I think it's extremely important for you to understand the why behind the how and why we're actually looking to enter this position in the first place. Also, there is another setup that I'm watching at the 46. Pay attention to this too. Okay, it would be a second opinion. Okay, that I am watching. Okay, and what I would say and suggest is that you have to be a little bit cautious around the London Open, because if the pre-London makes some weird move, be a bit aware of the fact that it tends to manipulate a lot of times. Okay, so be a bit careful around the London, because the fact that the London Open is famous for its manipulation. Okay, now my goal is to bring price back down to the 47.8. I hope we will be able to reach this. We have been consistently selling off. Okay, we talked about the bigger reasoning of a first break below a structural range, which really is giving us selling vibes. Okay, the break below that level, below that balanced area. Last zone before tapping, of course, into a major daily supply. All right, that we have to talk about right here. And we can actually see kind of the reaction right now at this current moment, how we got rejected there, how we tap into that, how new supply is getting created, how we broke below previous structure, and how that structure right now will be the resistance we're looking to short for the continuation towards the next leg down, which is that 78 level we pretty much talked about right around there. Okay, so that is something I'm willing to look at. I hope we can get there. Okay, there are no guarantees in trading right now at the moment, we know that, but we have to follow some sort of process in this market to get somewhere when it comes down to our results in this game, because if we don't follow a process that makes sense to us, that's just the way it is. We have to follow our rules and setups for that to happen, and that's the only way we will make money. Okay, I'm here to make money. I'm here to make consistent money. And I'm here to prove you that we can do that by following a process. And I hope to inspire you to make some transition or change certain behaviors or habits which are now holding you back as a trader. So I hope that makes a difference for you. We have also experienced many phases before where we have to be extremely aggressive with a lot of trades, and then moments where we have to be a bit more patient and calm. It's the balance, it's the bigger picture that allows us to get where we are today. Okay, so sell limit is going to stay there. I'm not going to change it. Okay, if price decides to roll over and we actually leave this range, okay, I will take this serious too. I'm not going to lie, I do see this as a potential scenario for us to break below and then continue to sell off, and then use kind of that range as my tool of reference right there. And then the start, the 78 as well here. It just depends on now what we were going to do inside of this area. Okay, but I still prefer to keep that limit open, to tap into the VWAP, to reject there, to tap into the value area low of that range that we talked about right there, which is for us such an important level to determine what is actually happening and why we are here. All right, and why we're waiting for that moment for us to reach that level, which is actually not far away. But again, you get the point. Yeah, man. Let's see if we can get down to the 78 eventually and find our way there. And then we'll reevaluate again if it's worth it to start looking for a bounce, or is it better to just look for the continuation shorts anyways. And if we probably have to come down all the way towards the weekly range or that weekly demand zone that is sitting all the way down there. Okay, we have to acknowledge that and we have to wait for that. But for now, level by level, zone by zone, and pretty much go from there. Okay, all that makes sense. Anyways, we could easily be supported here, push up one more time, and just continue. Okay. What a long stream today. I hope you at least enjoyed the stream. Okay, regardless. And let's see what happens right now. Let's see if this follow through will come to fruition here. If you can actually continuously sell towards the point of interest at the 78, and yeah, find our way down. Okay, let's see if that's gonna be the climax of the week. Gold has been trying to hold above the open for multiple days. Friday is the day that we have to break below the Sunday open. Usually when that happens, it is not a good sign. It is not a bullish signal. When you break down below the opening price of the week on a Friday already, or after so long. There's a lot of accumulation here for that breakout on a Friday. Okay, the weekly closure. So yeah, all that makes sense. When should we do a 24-hour stream? When we reach the 200,000 subscribers? I can do something like that, okay? The big milestones, I'm willing to go for it, okay? Yeah? I'm willing to go for it. I'm willing to go for it and do that, okay? When we reach the 200K, we're still far away. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it right now, okay? Keep you guys updated, man. Thank you for guys. I love you all. You guys are the best. We have the best community possible. If you want to learn things for free as well, I have some content as well in the Discord. In the Telegram. The Discord is in a paid group that we have only access to once every 2 months. But in the Telegram, you find free content, free videos around the volume profile right here that you can utilize and that you can use to learn about the volume profile, okay? And how to set the levels correctly, why we look at those levels, why we look at an entry there and not there, and how we use volume to determine that, okay? Besides that, we also have a book for you. And again, this is just strictly for the people who are new. This is a book that we have written for you as well. It's all free. You don't have to pay for anything of this, okay? It's just the reason why I did this is so you have a good foundation for the streams as well, okay? So you don't come here without any knowledge or education. You know why we look for setups, and it's not just random anymore, okay? All right. Much love, my friends, and looking forward to see you on a Monday already. And let's talk and stay connected and see what happens here. And if that level and end target that we talked about, that 4278 level, it's gonna be hit today, okay? Oh, that makes sense. All right. Much love, guys. I really appreciate you all. And I'm gonna pick up my son now and I'm gonna bring him to the chess club. His first chess match ever. I'm excited for that. You know, I taught him some chess. Let's prove himself now to the universe. Let's see if he can do it, okay? My ambitions are his ambitions. You know how that goes. Okay. Much love, my friends. Love you all. Yeah? We're gonna see you soon. We stay in touch. We keep in touch around this setup here. Monday back on the streams again. Yeah? Much love. See you there.